So, first of all, good morning, everyone. It's 9 a.m. in the Netherlands. I know 10 in Ukraine, and I'm sure in other places we might be in similar time zone. I would like to start by thanking Artem for this kind invitation. It's important for us in the Netherlands, of course, to be here and share how research integrity is organized here and maybe inspire. So my name is Rita Santos. I am a coordinator of the NRIN, so the Netherlands Research Integrity Network, and I'll talk about what exactly is this national network that we have here and maybe inspire, I don't know, an Ukrainian research integrity network, who knows? I'm also a project leader for a center that we recently established here in Amsterdam, a center of expertise on research integrity and open science. So during my talk, you will understand how research integrity topics and issues are discussed and organized here in the Netherlands, and then the work of the network itself. Why this is not moving? Sorry. Okay, sorry. So before giving you the details of how institutions promote a dialogue on research integrity, I think it's important to refer that research integrity issues, talking about plagiarism, data fabrication, of course, they were always a matter of concern here in the Netherlands by the Dutch research community, but there was a momentum. Maybe some of you know that in 2011, 2012, a famous researcher here in the Netherlands, Professor Diederik Stapel, he was social psychologist. If there were claims for many years, and then an investigation took place, and he was found to fabricate and manipulate also image in his own research. So there were a lot of papers that were retracted. And this, because it was a famous case, it appeared in all the news, it made the universities in the Netherlands to realize that this was a shocking case with serious implications for the PhD students that he was supervising. So it shaken the academic world here in the academic community here in the Netherlands, and that created a momentum to start taking research integrity seriously. So after the case was discovered and the investigation took place, a working group was formed to develop what we now have, the Netherlands Code of Conduct for Research Integrity. And this code, it aligns very well with the ALEA code, so the European Code for Research Integrity. But the difference in our code, on our Dutch code, is that it goes beyond the ALEA code by setting the mandates, so the actions that institutions that sign the code need to follow in order to ensure that research integrity dialogue on individual and institutional level are being followed. So the code has been signed by all the institutes, university medical centers, universities, and in the Netherlands we have two systems, which is the universities mainly focusing on research, and then the universities of applied science, which are more technical and usually involve research with companies. The code is very straightforward and really specifies what is the individual duties in terms of research integrity and the institutional. And we are currently revising the code with the joint statement and the co-creation process, in fact, with all the universities involved and the researchers being able to share their views on the code. Of course, NREN, as the national network, was also part of this revision of the code, and the code will be out early next year. So what the code means, and might be the most important part for you to hear and to understand where also NREN comes into place, is that in the Netherlands, it's mandatory that all PhD students receive training in research integrity, from all the universities. But then you see also on the code that it specifies that institutions should facilitate training for senior researchers. By senior researchers, for example, supervisors. And here you can see that how the wording makes the total difference. So for PhD students, it's mandatory. So it's like an obligation, and it's really, it's happening. All Dutch universities provide mandatory training for PhD students. But then, on the other hand, for supervisors, which we all know, and I'm sure yesterday and today you might hear how important it is that supervisors are trained in responsible conduct of research in order to be an inspiration and for the younger generations and to avoid problems, as we all know, on the supervision. But the code mentioned that they should facilitate. So there's no that it's not mandatory. It's not an obligation for senior researchers to receive training, and that creates in the Netherlands a bit of a problem because you have on one hand at early career level junior researchers aiming to follow good research practice to ensure that their research is done responsibly. But then at the senior level, yeah, the problems on bad supervision, imbalanced power dynamics are still very much prevalent, unfortunately. The code also sets the structure, and this is how research integrity is organized in the Netherlands. So in the Netherlands, you have three figures, let's call it that way, that are very relevant in ensuring that dialogues and process policies are in place when it comes to research integrity. So you have each faculty within the universities have a confidential advisor. So it's the first point of contact whenever there's allegations of research malpractice. So each faculty, for example, the one that I belong, it's 9 faculty. So each faculty has a confidential advisor. And they are assigned not just to do this work, but also connected to their research, to their academic professorship, to also act as the confidential advisor, so the first point of contact. Then each university, and again, this is by university with representatives of each faculty, have a research integrity committee. We also have research ethics committees, but in the Netherlands, each university has a research integrity committee that deals with investigations on cases of when there's an allegation of a research misconduct, once the confidential advisor says that, yeah, there's grounds here to open an investigation, that's when the Research Integrity Committee comes into play and ensures a fair investigation on a matter of research misconduct. And then each university at the central level, so not by faculty, but by university, has policy officers on research integrity that are a key figure here in terms of ensuring policies that are aligned with the university's strategic plan on research integrity. And then the code mentions, if you take the time later on to read, it's a very small document, but again, very straightforward. If you read the code, you'll see that the code mentions that there needs to be a platform to bring all these people together, to share practice, share challenge, to engage as a community on these matters. So that's the reason why NREN was created, to be the platform that connects and gives voices and provides this forum for research integrity matters to be discussed. So NRIN was first founded in 2014. As I said, it's funded by all the 14 universities and the 37 universities of applied science. So each university pays every year during a 5-year scheme. We have a 5-year scheme period. So every 5 years, NRIN contacts the universities and they all agree to continue to fund for the next 5 years. This national network, as I said, we are the platform for this discussion. We support, and you will see how we support the Dutch higher education on responsible conduct of research. And we promote open and closed meetings. And you will understand what this means in practice, this open and closed meetings in a few minutes. In terms of governance, so we are a small structure, although I must say, very, very efficient. So Professor Mariette van den Hoven is the chair. I am the coordinator. And then along with me, I have Josh, who is my project assistant for matters related to the website, social media, newsletter, all those practicalities. We also have an advisory board member. Some of you might know at least Lex Bouter is he was one of the pioneers in research integrity here in the Netherlands. He was the previous chair of the World Conference of Research Integrity Foundation. So he's very famous, and he was the one founding NRIN in the start. So what NRIN does in practice to promote this dialogue, to bring the community, to bring all the Dutch community together to have discussions on research integrity. So we do open meetings, and by open meetings, I mean we do monthly webinars. We call it NRIN Happy Hour webinars. We do every year, at least 2 times a year, a research symposium on a particular topic. Every year, we also have our NRIN annual symposium. From next year, we will go and visit all the Dutch universities to give visibility to the work that is being carried out for promoting responsible conduct in research and research culture. We also will be doing master classes, and we collaborate with other networks that we have here in the Netherlands and at the European level as well. On a particular topic. And then we have the closed meetings, and these closed meetings is where we follow exactly what the code mentions, is to bring the different stakeholders together. So we promote meetings just with the chairs and secretaries of the research integrity committees from all the Dutch universities. We promote meetings where we bring all the confidential advisors on research integrity, so the VPs. And then we also promote meetings just for the policy officers on research integrity from across the Dutch universities. And finally, we have a group that is for all the trainers, those who develop educational materials, who like to discuss, for example, curriculum needs on research integrity in the Netherlands, to come together and exchange and establish collaborations on training needs on research integrity. So maybe some of you have been attending some of our webinars. In terms of topics, we had ethical use of AI. We also had a panel with the PhDs sharing their experience on surviving academia and navigating their PhD and the challenge they face along the way. We also had a webinar on open science, on responsible supervision. Next year, we'll have also on gender equality in academia. Well, next year, I'm sure the name doesn't need any introductions. We all know Tomаш Foltинек, and I president. We will give a webinar on the ethical dilemmas in the responsible use of AI tools in science. I also leave you here the invitation to come. All these webinars and all our events, it's important to mention, are all free. And this is for obvious reasons, since the NREN is financed by all the Dutch universities, it wouldn't make sense and it wouldn't be fair as well to charge universities to be part of our activities. And the same goes for the international community. So all the open meetings are as I said, open meetings are not just for the Dutch community, but for the international. So you are more than welcome to join us. These webinars happen online. They are in English, not in Dutch. I'm also not a Dutch speaker. Although I'm the coordinator, I work every day in English. So you are more than welcome to join us. As I said, so we do also events in collaboration. So we collaborate with the Network for Education and Research Quality. We recently had a very interesting and very important training. So we did a Train the Trainer on responsible conduct of research, and this training was financed by the European Commission. It happened in Brussels. We will do another one next year in Lisbon, in Portugal. And the good thing of this is not only that you are trained to then train others, but you also have it for free. So the European Commission finance the travels for example, from Ukraine to come to Brussels or next year in Portugal to be trained on and learn from the experts to then come to your universities and train others on a responsible conduct of research. Then we also collaborate with NETICS. NETICS is a national body where the members of research ethics committees from non-medical fields come together to discuss ethical matters, the challenge they face. And next year we will promote a meeting for all these members of ethics committees on AI and what does AI means for research ethics committees, what are the considerations and the challenge itself. Next year we will also have those of you that are interested in open science may know for sure Tim Harrington is from the Center of Open Science, and he's coming to Amsterdam early next year to give NREN masterclass and also a workshop on pre-registration, because in the Netherlands PhDs are obliged, so it's mandatory to pre-register their studies on the open science open science framework, and we will do this open workshop for all the PhDs across the Netherlands to understand the importance of pre-registering their studies, how they can do it, what support they can get from OCF. And we also have a workshop on open science guidelines and the training materials that are available at European level. Unfortunately, this event is on-site only, but we'll make the recording of Tim's masterclass available on the NREN website. Then last year we had our NREN symposium, and the focus was on research culture. This workshop again was open for the Dutch community, but we also had people coming from the UK, from Ireland, from Germany, from Belgium. So you can see that our events are very much international, and it was a very interesting event to shape how to foster positive research culture at the institutions. What are the needs, the challenge, and what each one of us can do to have these dialogues, to start to initiate these dialogues on positive research culture at the institutions. As I said, the NREN closed meetings are one of the core parts of the network. So for the confidential counselors, the VPs, and the members of scientific integrity committees, every year, twice a year at least, all these figures come together on an on-site meeting, and they reflect on cases, for example, of course, anonymized. What are the challenge? What are the difference in terms of procedure? Because each institution, as you can imagine, have different procedures. Although they all follow the code, they have different procedures on how um, to deal with allegations of misconduct, how to establish a committee, how to initiate the procedures that are needed for initiating a claim. So there's a need in the Netherlands and from the confidential advisors and the chairs and secretaries of research integrity committees to come together and to talk about the different practice that happen in their own institution. So twice a year we promote these meetings, and also once a year these people are trained because, for example, on the confidential advisors, there's always new confidential advisors coming because, like, as I said in the beginning, this is not just a person that is appointed to do this task, but it's a task in several other tasks that they have in their own portfolio. So sometimes new confidential advisors are appointed, and they need to feel that they are equipped to do this work. So we provide training for free once a year, and starting next year, we'll also be providing training for members of research integrity committees. Then for the policy staff, the principle is exactly the same. So since policy officers on research integrity have a key influence on the policies that each institution needs to draft on research integrity, they feel the need to engage with others and to come together to discuss at the national level what are the needs, what are the practice and the procedures that needs to be employed in each institution to shape the good scientific practice in their own institutions. So every year, at least 2 times, sometimes last year, for example, 3 times, the policy officers for research integrity come together to discuss what are the policies for next year. And then, as I mentioned, the educational developers group, this happens online. And they come together at least 3 times to discuss curricular needs. Every time someone develops a new training tool, they would like to present to the others and make it available for others to adapt and use in their own institutions. And the good thing of all these groups and the different initiatives, for example, on the educational developers group, from next year, we will do, as NREN and the group itself, we are going to map the different trainings on research integrity that are applied to PhD students, because we know, as I mentioned, that is mandatory, but there are differences, of course, in terms of what are the contents, the learning goals, the structure of the model, the learning assessment, the quality evaluation of this model. So we will do this mapping and then write a report about the difference in training for the PhD in the Dutch universities. And then, as I said at the beginning, to inspire you if you want to create a research integrity network in Ukraine. Last year, NREN promoted a first meeting of the research integrity networks. So we were all attending the World Conference in Research Integrity in Athens. And we thought that would be a nice opportunity to bring all these national and regional networks together to first to get to know each other and then discuss how we can better align and better support networks that are not very well yet established or just started, we can bring more visibility there to them how we can learn from each other. So this is a work that we started. We are currently, so NRIN and the European Network for Research Integrity Office, NRIO, are assessing how we can move on, how to make it more sustainable, and how we can better help other networks to establish and to give and to move forward. So if Ukraine would like to create their own national network on research integrity, for sure you can count on the support of NRIN and NRIO. And to finalize, I invite you all to follow us and get in touch. We have a newsletter every 2 months. Attend our events, our open events, and be part of the community, because only as a community we can learn from each other. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, Rita, thank you so much for this very detailed explanation. It's great that you have this network in Netherlands, and I think it's our dream of Ukrainian researchers to create something similar. It's very interesting, and during your presentation, you promote free of charge activities, and I think it will be very useful for Ukrainians, because if we want to come to international landscape of research and science, we need to know the rules. So it's great. I have one question and one feedback. Yeah, the question is your network is a non-governmental organization, or
It's non-governmental organization. It's funded by the universities. From next year, we will also seek with the funding bodies, so those that finance the research here, how we can also incorporate them into NRIN. But for now, it's a non-government, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a good way, because if you have some responsibility with government, it's not good. It's some kind of academic freedom. If you have non-governmental organization, you have the challenge how to involve, how to find funding, for your activities. But on the other hand, non-governmental organization is
I totally agree with you, and for 2 reasons. Well, first, I don't need to explain our current government here in the Netherlands, the recent established government. So it's very good that we are not a governmental finance network, but also since we are financed by the universities, and universities are under the duty of the higher education government, we of course face and know about the challenges that are currently going up with budget cuts, the policies that are being enforced by the government on the higher education universities. But we as a network can also influence and have our statements on what government priorities imply for research integrity.
It's a good way, because you need to have some independence, and on the other hand, you need to have a strong relation with the institution. So it's a good to link with institution from non-governmental organization. And one feedback about the code of integrity, code of conduct. In Ukraine, we have the ethical code of scientists, but it's only a small prospect, and it's some individual. We have the code of conduct for research integrity on the national level. We have the procedure of signing by universities and scientific organization. But when I had the conversation with Deputy Minister of Science and Education, he told me that in the nearest future, we will have the same document. Maybe it will be some framework document, but not very detailed. But on the other hand, he expects that we have the opportunity to sign it by universities. Yeah, of course, it's we have no any legislation background for this research integrity code. It's some kind of rules. Yeah. If you sign it, you are in the game. If you didn't sign, you are in the game anyway. But you have maybe you will have some challenges, to overcome the violations of academic integrity. So maybe
for us having the Dutch code of conduct that is aligned, because it's very much aligned with the ALEA code, so the European Code of Conduct for Research Integrity, but that goes beyond. So the fact that our code is signed by all the institutions, all the university medical centers, and the research funding bodies as well, makes that this code sets the standards and sets the duties that if you are a signatory, you need to follow. But there's another question is at universities itself, yes, the mandates of the code are being followed. But for example, for the universities of applied science, which is another type of university system that we have here, they are not that established, for example, on the figure of a confidential advisor or a research integrity committee. But that also gives the opportunity for the universities to provide the expertise for universities of applied science to establish and follow the mandates of the code. So indeed, I definitely recommend a national code of conduct that is signed by all institutions. It's the first step to make sure that guidelines are not just guidelines, but are actually, being enforced in some. I'm always very careful with the word enforced, because I don't think that the way to go on research integrity shouldn't be by making things mandatory and people follow just to tick the box. But sometimes, and for example, for these different figures that we have and why research integrity matters are so discussed here in the Netherlands, is because certain actions that are set in the code are being followed because people understand the relevance and they seen, given the previous cases of misconduct, the damage that those cases bring to the university's reputation, to the students, to the whole community.
Yeah, it's very important to straight the relations, but we need to be careful to overstraight. Dear colleagues, do you have the questions to Rita?
I'm always happy to answer questions by email if you need as well.
Great. Maybe we'll have the questions, especially me. I have the questions how to involve Ukrainian scientists to NRIN, because it's very interesting for us, for me. Yeah. Dear Bogdan, you raised hand or no?
Only applauses.
Yeah, I missed.
Thank you, Bogdan. Thank you very much.
Rita, thank you so much. And thanks word from Yuri Sadovnichenko. Thank you so much. And thank you for agreeing to take part in this conference, because it's very important for us.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move to the next presentation. Dear Bogdan, I want to present you, Bogdan Popovenyuk from University Stefan cel Mare of Suceava from Romania, with his presentation on the topic empowering students, effective teaching of ethics and academic integrity. We have a good relations, old relations with Bogdan, and all his presentations are constantly very interesting. So, Bogdan, the floor is yours.
Okay. Please tell me if you see the presentation.
Yeah, but not in the presentation mode now.
And now?
Yeah, great.
Yes. Okay. My presentation came after more than 8 years of teaching ethics and academic integrity at master and doctoral level in Romanian, which As you know, it's a former post-communist country. The main statement is my intention to address the challenges of fostering ethical academic behavior in post-communist educational system, and not only, and envisage to create a new perspective on teaching integrity that balances the intellectual and moral development. The historical context. Romanian universities struggle to fulfill their public mission within challenging social and cultural contexts. They do not receive the same level of respect and significance in society as their Western counterpart. The ethical prestige of university was erased in communist time. Polytechnic universities were respected and promoted because they fit with the communist ideology of empowering the working class. The engineers were the sacerdotes of knowledge in the atheist industrial regime. The humanistic academic domains were seen as poison for the masses unless they promoted Marxist ideology, while the social one as subverting the truth about lay working people. This was the reason, for example, why in the 80s, psychology and sociology were banned from the higher university system in Romania. After 20 years from revolution, the Romanian university system has become rather non-competitive, both in terms of scientific output and especially regarding admission and promotion practices. There are only oases of performances, and competency is not the norm. It is a paradox that also we rank among the lowest in the EU in terms of percentage of the population with university degree. The admission processes and facilities for obtaining this degree are impressive. There are plenty of budgeted places in university. And what is easily affordable, it is not appreciated. Basic human psychology. In this challenging condition, university must find way to strengthen students' sense of proper conduct in academia. This is hard to achieve while there is a little pride and satisfaction in belonging to such an institution, especially when the social institution is characterized by higher standard of ethical conduct. Living up the standard of academic integrity needs a level of commitment comparable with that for family, church, friendship, and other socializing structure. And because this objective seems utopic due to cultural, situational, and time constraints, it is essential to consider human moral psychology and decision-making in addition to theoretical ethical framework for fostering a viable education strategy for academic conduct. First, the student image of what the university as social institution is must be properly conveyed. The marketing strategies, public symbols, events, and discourses that are used to promote the image of the university are general and abstract, form without substance. At the question of whether they feel part of the academic community, most students respond, "What is this?" Yesterday, Yavav, I think, said that 70% of his students admitted that they were cheating or having some academic misconduct. I have a very open environment in my courses, and I can say that the percent is somewhere above 99%. And after this, they say they don't feel they are in. So the idea of university as a special social institution that someone would strive to become part is lost from the beginning. The strategy, I think, is not to instill allegiance to university as a formal and abstract institution, because the best result is highly probably to be only formal compliance. Instead, providing the student the image of the university in the broader perspective of social structure can convey more efficient the place and role of university as social institution and increase the chances to instill the feeling of appartenance to this virtual community of authentic singer and valid knowledge producer. Understanding real-world influences on moral behavior is vital to developing effective ethical policies. University students step into a new social environment that has specific behavioral expectations. They need to adapt to this environment, which is or should be characterized by high ethical standards, even though it offers no immediate and no palpable benefits. A successful adjustment necessitates an increased commitment to it and internalization of its values, not only external compliance, especially in this day of general IE help. This mindset should be cultivated as a natural tendency, not merely as an intellectual idea or set of values. Yet, to achieve this goal, even if it might feel counterintuitive, academic integrity should not be introduced as a moral obligation or moral imperative from the outset. Otherwise, it would conflict with the existing moral standards described above and be rejected. Hence, the focus should be on integrity as an intellectual disposition, not a moral one. Why do I consider this? Being relatively new and lacking the emotional weight of moral, family, or religious values, academic values are considerably more challenging for students to embrace. The tendency to distrust anything that challenges their existing or conservative values is natural. Consequently, the aim to nurture academic values as moral one is unrealistic. Fortunately, this is not the case with academic virtue, especially academic integrity. Contrary to the widely held belief, academic values are not inherently moral. Nevertheless, this is not a drawback, as it may appear, but rather an advantage. To understand why this is beneficial, we need to deconstruct the epistemic stereotype about academic value. The recognized fundamental values of academic integrity, honesty, trust, fairness, respect, and responsibility, courage being more a quality or capacity of character, are similar to many other alleged moral values such as reliability, loyalty, privacy, transparency, or even freedom of expression, openness, and fair competition. However, carefully consider these social values are not moral per se. They are essential for a moral life, but insufficient on their own. Instead, they form the necessary infrastructure of the academic ethical system. Using the words of Floridi, they create the infra-ethical underground structure of moral life, the not yet ethical framework that can facilitate or hinder evaluation, decision, action, or situation which are then moral or immoral. So it is easy to mistake the infra-ethical for ethical because whatever helps goodness to flourish or evil to take root is part of their nature. The not ethical nature of academic values is understood better if we consider the true mission of the university, which is also not ethical per se. The mission of the university is to contemplate neither moral impression nor mechanical production. It professes to exercise the mind neither in art nor in duty. Its function is intellectual culture, teaching universal knowledge and promoting truth and intellectual character. In this picture, integrity is not one of the standard virtues, nor is it compiled or even expressed by them. Integrity is a higher order or an integrating meta-virtue that assures appropriate adjudication between the other virtues and translates the suitable performance of those virtues through action. It is a social epistemic virtue, an intellectual meta-virtue that sits over other intellectual virtues. Nevertheless, as with any other virtues, it is also required the support of courage to act on it in the face of adversity. While integrity is a meta or higher order virtue, courage is an infra or instrumental one. It is also required goodwill, but not as emotionless as Kant envisaged. And here lies Kant's error. Being in an epistemic advantageous position does not mean you will do good things if you don't care. So goodwill must be fueled by good feeling for others. At this point, the advantage of no moral intrinsic nature of integrity as intellectual virtue become evident. Morality is intrinsically intertwined with the interests of others. If the needs, right, or well-being of others are not intentional, considered the act is non-moral or quasi-moral, though the reverse is not necessarily true. Intellectual integrity is both self-advantageous, self-centered, and consequently at least beneficial for others. Assuming I am a reasonable person, I will base my decision and action on the most appropriate and accurate knowledge available. I do this for my own interest, whether others are of interest or not to me. If I am committed to knowledge integrity, it is one of my virtues, I will inevitably tend to think and act more critical in ethical terms, meaning respecting the need and right of the others. Why? Because others are an integral part of who I am. They enable my very existence and thought. And not only other, but nature too. Paradoxically, as social beings, humans have evolutionarily inscribed a moral propensity mechanism as part of their selfish survival instinct. Consequently, I cannot overlook the interests and the rights of others without contradicting my own knowledge and integrity. If this is not moral virtue strong, it will make me prone to think and act morally most of the time. At a social level, I also create an incentive for proactive measures to address some of the most pressing issues of our time, including the strategy of the commons, environmental mitigation, traffic congestion, and more. By merely fostering this virtue in tertiary education, universities are closer to fulfilling their social mission than by solely training a qualified labor force for the job market. Thus, it's ineffective to preach academic values to the students. They are Protean concepts interpretable in context. The higher stages of moral reasoning do not ensure the performance of good deeds. They are contingent upon higher moral competence, but also goodwill and truthful integrity. The most glaring evidence is that the horrific atrocities in human history all were justified in the name of the highest values. Moreover, these atrocities would not be possible in the absence of price, values, and virtue of loyalty, respect, or reliability. But values are to morality what opinions are to knowledge. Unlike virtue or duties, these are subject to free choice and interpretation within the postmodern value marker. The inevitable result of the modern quantification, commodification of morality by the utilitarian approach. Consequently, ideally measurable one were elevated over the character intention. So the focus shifted from the personal moral quality of the individual to focus on act, or in a more sophisticated version, rules. What is the virtue? The beneficial, normative, and practical effects of two are made possible only through virtue. Virtues is the disposition to act rightly, doing the right thing at the right time, in the right way, with the right amount, and with the right intent. Consequently, understanding things right is a prerequisite for virtuous conduct. Virtues are many, but they can blind without reason-responsive epistemic habits, skill, and practices that reliably place their possessor in a good epistemic position that lead to cognitive success. The meta-virtue integrity, assumed to be fostered by the university, assists in identifying the relevant virtue in a specific situation, rightfully understanding its meaning, and guiding in making choices that align with that virtue. It is also an act of courage to help your colleague cheat on an exam, as it is to be a trustful person, but not a snitch. See the excellent case study dilemma from the Center for Women movie. This is why the academic integrity breach decision makers often use principle of virtue ethic to help provide nuanced judgment on sometimes complicated breaches of ethical behavior. Even if people's moral judgment are habitually post hoc rationalization of automatic moral intuition among many others, the latter can be educated to substantiated ethical judgment. Perhaps after a prolonged process of moral development, educated moral intuition can offer psychological satisfaction for engaging in good deeds simply because they are inherently good. However, this is a lifelong educational and socializing process. Nevertheless, we should not feel burdened by the unrealistic task of creating academic angels. Rather, we should focus on the more attainable goal of nurturing students who are inspired by steadfast integrity to the greatest extent possible. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, Bogdan, thank you so much for your presentation. As usual, you have the problematic and practical presentation. What we need to do with this case, with academic integrity, how to involve students to learn more about academic integrity, what is the landscape of academic integrity promotion. I have one question to you. Could you explain 3 tips from your side which will be used for your students in your class to promote academic integrity? It's not about the information about academic integrity. Maybe you have some practical cases how to promote academic integrity through the assessment or through the other activity.
I think I have a problem with connection.
Oh. Yeah, really.
You can hear me?
Yeah, now yes. I want to repeat the question. Yeah.
It is something wrong with the...
No, now it's always okay. The question is, could you explain 3 tips which will be used in your activity in a class with students for promotion of academic integrity?
I think the most, I don't know if I have 3 tips.
Yeah. You have more, but maybe
I can say my general approach, which is to convey their general image about how our moral psychology works. So it's like a sort of personal development. First, they must understand how they automatically take decision and evaluate the things. Another general strategy is that I'm trying to put in their shoes, because I am a teacher. This is my job. I am doing vocationally and I love what I am doing, but they are here only for 3 or 5 years. And their goal is not the commitment with the university. So I try to put myself in their shoes and to show that, to promote the idea that the feeling that the university is something special. It's a social institution, exactly like family or church or religion, but with different values and scope. And as I said in my presentation, at least in Romania, is mandatory because the mentality is very conservative. You must be very careful to not challenge their moral values. So if you try to promote academic values as moral one, you will get a defending reaction from them, because it is very hard from the beginning to compare their religion conviction or friendship values with the academic one. I told you, I ask all of them, they are master students. and I am working with more than 1,500 students per year. And I ask them if they help a colleague to cheat on an exam or they cheat themselves. The percent is more than 90%, because it is not, and after this, I ask them if what they felt in that moment. And again, more than 9,900 doesn't realize that and doesn't describe as moral trespassing. No, they were worried not to be caught, or because they were rising adrenaline to helping a student in this, to helping a friend in this threatening condition, but they don't realize it is unethical and trespassing, and it's normal, unfortunately, because this is how they came from the high school. I criticize the trend starting from primary school in Romanian, when the teacher gave to the young people assignment to make projects using the net, but they don't say it's not okay to copy and paste. They say, look, the teachers are delighted. Our children are using internet. They know how to get information for the net, but the ethical aspect of how we gather this information and present it, it's not present in their didactic strategy. And it is not okay.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. Yeah, it's very big problem to create the ethical environment. Yeah, because we are talking about the academic integrity, but in your presentation, like last year, we are talking about the ethics. So it's something and something similar and something different. Yeah, because it's interconnected. These are the interconnected things, but your accent and your explanation of ethical problems are very valuable for us. Dear colleagues, do you have the questions? Dear Bogdan, thank you so much. It was great as usual. Yeah, I remember last presentation and presentation in 2018. Thank you so much for your agreement to take part in this conference. It's very important for us, for Ukrainians, because we need to gather as more insight as possible and as more tips as possible. So thank you so much to staying here for your presentation, and let's move to the next presentation. This is presentation from Yolanda Stewart from Northwest University from South Africa, and her the title of her presentation is Maintaining Academic Integrity at the Northwest University in the Context of Artificial Intelligence. Yeah, Yolanda, first of all, thank you so much for yesterday message about the level of effectiveness of the right and center, and now the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Can I confirm you guys are hearing me? Are you hearing me? Fine. Thank you very much. Okay. Good day. Thank you for having me. My name is Yolanda Stewart, as you said, and I am speaking to you from lovely sunny South Africa. And I am at the Northwest University. I am the Academic Integrity Officer here. And I manage a system, an online system called ITSA. And I just want to report a little bit on that and to show you some data on how effective it is working. Without further ado, I'm going to share my screen and present. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yeah, great.
Okay, great. So, like I said, we're from the Northwest University. We are in very obviously the Northwest province of South Africa. We've got 3 campuses and 8 faculties and almost 60,000 students, of which about 10,000 are distant learning students. So this creates quite a unique position for us because we've got such large classes and we do not have enough space for many of the modules. And because we offer distance education, many of our assignments, most of our assignments actually are submitted online, but also a lot of our assessment opportunities are done online. And as you might know, this obviously offers the opportunity for a little bit of unethical behavior, a little bit of cheating, a lot of artificial intelligence. And during 2020, especially, we went online even more because of COVID, and there was a massive rise in instances of plagiarism. That was just before artificial intelligence hit the higher education scene. We had, and we still have, a very well-written policy on academic integrity. But because we are so big and because we spread over 3 campuses, it's unclear, it was unclear as to how to implement this, this policy, how to, okay, so I know now my student plagiarized. What do I do now with this student? Do I give a 0? Do I allow to resubmit? Do I take very serious steps? It was unclear as to how to manage this. So people much smarter than I put together a standard operating procedure. So in a short sense, this is basically clear instructions on what to do if you notice instances of misconduct. This can be plagiarism, fabrication, unethical use of AI. We launched this SOP in 2023, so it was just in time. We were a little bit ready on how to deal with instances of unethical use of artificial intelligence. So we were a bit ready for that, luckily. So together with this SOP, we created a platform. It's a very easy to use platform. It's hosted on SharePoint, and we use Power Apps for the data. So it's a very easy to use system. We call it ITSA. ITSA is short for Academic Integrity Information Technology System Applications. So we are taking hands with technology to detect and prevent plagiarism, unethical use of AI, and all other forms of academic transgressions. I do refer a lot to plagiarism and unethical use of AI because that's what we see the most. There are, of course, many others, and they are all defined in our SOP. I want to make it very, very clear that the system, because whenever I present, I do get quite a lot of questions on, but why are we policing the students? And we truly do not want to police the students. We want to educate them, so the system is educative. It's not supposed to be punitive. We want to create a culture of academic integrity all over all 3 campuses, because it has come to a point where, because there weren't clear messages surrounding integrity, that it became a free-for-all. And if my friends are going to cheat and get good marks, why shouldn't I? So we want to change that whole culture, and we want to get a culture of academic integrity, a culture of, I want to be proud of what I've done, and the degree that I received, I know I've worked for it. So we have 2, I want to say, categories of transgressions, 2, tables of it. One is poor academic writing practices. This is where a student simply does not know any better. As Bogdan just said, they come from school, they haven't got all these rules and regulations there. They don't know how to write academically correct yet. They don't know about in-text citations. And they don't understand the concept of, I can't take, credit for work that's not mine. So that's poor. Then on the other hand, we've got misconducts. Those are the more serious types of transgressions. So the lecturer will decide which of these two categories I'm going to report the student for. So we've got the ITA system. This system is totally guided by the SOP, the Standard Operating Procedure, and everything is automated. So we wanted to create a system that's quick for the staff members to use, because you all know who's got time for extra admin. No one's got time for that. So we want it to be very, very quick and efficient. So the lecturer will receive an assignment. Mostly, like I've said, it's online. So it does come with, we use Turnitin. I know there are shortcomings to Turnitin, but we use Turnitin as a guide. It's worked into our LMS. So the assignment comes to the lecturer already with the Turnitin report. So if the lecturer will decide if it's poor academic writing practices, they will report it for poor academic writing practices, and it's immediate. An email is sent to the student and to the lecturer saying, you know, we notice there's some issues with your academic writing. Please go do this course. The lecturer will get instructed also to say, you know, you've reported the student, you can deduct 10 to 15% of the mark, and you can release the marks. We do not want to complete this course. It's not compulsory, because, as we said, we want it to be educative and not that much punitive. But if the student gets reported for the third time and they have not done any of the other courses, it then gets escalated to something a bit more serious. So on the other leg, we've got misconduct. So if you see it's not working, this is intentional. So misconduct, we always think to ourselves, okay, it's intentional. The student intentionally tried to deceive us. You know, this lecturer will report it. It then goes to a faculty academic integrity committee. So each school in each faculty has their own committee. So it's some senior members of staff and then some reviewers. Okay. The FAC will then decide if it's a category 1 to 2 misconduct or a category 3 to 4. 3 to 4, category 3 to 4 is very serious. These are the ones that can cause the university some harm, some reputational harm. So mostly we live here. We've got category 1 to 2 misconducts. The system will then read if it's the first warning, second warning, or third warning. So that's nice about this system, is it's all over campus, because we do have students who have modules in one faculty and modules in a different faculty. Those two faculties did not speak, and they still don't really speak to each other in terms of integrity matters. So, I mean, the student can cheat a little bit here and cheat a little bit there, and no one will ever know the whole picture. So now we've got a picture of a student's whole academic integrity record. The system will read if it's a first warning. If it's a first warning, the student will be required to do an online course. If they complete this course, they then have the opportunity to resubmit. So the lecturer will provide the assignment back with notes on where they went wrong, where they need to do some citations, where they need to do better referencing. But this assignment, the resubmitted assignment, will be capped at 50%. The marks will be capped at 50%. If it's a second warning, they will be required to do a workshop at the Writing Center, and that's what my colleague Zander presented on yesterday. And the value of this, because this is an in-person, one-on-one session, we find it to be much more valuable than the actual course. I think it's because they feel more comfortable and they can express themselves. I think we all live in this idea that, you know, technology is amazing, but we really disregard the power of an in-person session. And so they need to go do this workshop at the writing session, but they will receive a mark of 0 for that specific assignment. And then if it's their third warning, it then gets escalated to SJS, which is our Student Judicial Services. So then it gets to be a little bit more serious. You know, these are, if they are found guilty here, it will become a note on their permanent academic record. All of these will not be on their permanent academic record. These are all interventions. Only when they get sent to SJS and only if they are found guilty, then it becomes part of their permanent record. Then obviously if it's something more serious, like cheating in an exam or fabrication, falsification, these are also referred to SJS. So then it's out of our hands, and we want someone to evaluate the whole situation to be a impartial eye. So this is just a very, very quick demonstration of how the system works. It's on SharePoint, and it's a click session. They type in their year, the module code, the student number. You select the student, you just select what type of assessment it was. Obviously some more description there, how much it carries towards the final mark, when it was due. And then we've got all the options. All of these are clearly defined in the SOP, so the lecturer will know exactly what it means. But as I've said, at this moment, we mostly have unethical use of AI. So we can save, or we can save and report another. If you have about 10 students to report, we wanted to make it, again, as quick as possible, and it creates a reference rather quickly. So once this reference has been created, it goes to the integrity committee, and now they handle this. They evaluate it, and let me discuss it further with you. I'll discuss what happens there. So we've got loads of principles for the SOP, but what I want to discuss with you guys today are the principles of fairness, the fairness of the process, because obviously, I don't know about you guys, but in South Africa, we are very student-centric here. I sometimes feel it might be to the detriment of the student, but yes, we are very student-centered here. So the fairness of the whole process is very important. And then the other principle that I think is very helpful is the data we receive from this whole system. We collect a lot of data that we can study. It can advise us how to adjust our courses, and it advises just management on decision making. So the fairness of the process, like I said, once this report goes to the integrity committee, the staff members, the whole report, the assignment of the student, and possibly the Turnitin report, all of those are evaluated by a reviewer and then confirmed by the chair. The chair would probably be the deputy dean or someone higher up in faculty and in management. So the positive thing is that the student now gets a fair evaluation. It's not just the lecturer that decides, student did something wrong, that's the end of it. We've got 2 other people now to confirm this. It also helps the lecturer. The lecturer is also now back. So the student can't complain and say, I was not treated fairly, because 2 other people also reviewed your report or your assignment, and they agreed you did plagiarize or you did use AI unethically. The academic commit the fake. They can also decide, yes, this lecturer a little bit overreacted, so let's downgrade this to a poor, or let's dismiss this guy. So the fairness of the process is really evident. And we've added another step. For every one of these reports, every one of these reports, once the report is reconfirmed by the committee, the student will have the opportunity to ask for a review. That's also an automated process. So once they ask for that review, it goes to the review committee. So that's the highest level of management in a faculty, they will review it and they can either confirm, dismiss, or downgrade it as well. So the students truly have a lot of opportunities to, to be fairly evaluated. So as you can see here, this system has only been up for about a year and a half. This data is from August 2023 till October 2024. And as you can see, unethical use of AI truly is rather the biggest problem at the moment. Now, I know a lot of universities, feel, or there's still a lot of people, even in our university, that feel students won't use AI unethically. They will be honest and they will use AI to the greater good. And it simply isn't true for us at the moment. This is a Facebook page of one of our campuses. And then the students kind of brag on how they use, AI to complete their assignments. The student says the guilty he feels. And then they start to even help each other with how to use AI so that they will not be caught by Turnitin. So it truly is a problem for us. And we do need to have these processes in place. And then this student, we acknowledge, we know this was probably just a joke. But anyone in South Africa will know this building here at the background is quite a very prominent historic building of one of our campuses. So it's very recognizable across South Africa. So although this might have been a joke, can you imagine the damage to our reputation if people outside of our institution start to think that Northwest University students do not learn anything here. They come here for 3 years, 4 years, and they study using ChatGPT, and that's the marks that they get. So we do need to manage this, the use of AI. Back to the positive side, to the data we receive. The ITSA data that we receive, we can break it down to modules, down to lecturers. And I want to say something about this data is that our health science faculty is much larger than our engineering or theology faculty. So the data is a bit skewed. And also, a lot of our faculty still do not use the ITSA system. It has only been up and running for about a year and a half. And a lot of schools still try to manage this internally in their own way. But I do foresee that with the rise of misuse of AI, it might be a little bit more. Again, this data, specifically health sciences, specifically psychology, they are the ones that reported the most. And they, at the end of last year, got together with the Academic Integrity Office, and we had a wonderful discussion on what are we going to do? How are we going to change this? How are we going to change our assessments, change maybe our outcomes? What are we going to do to help students to not use AI in such an unethical matter? Because they simply put the questions in AI, in ChatGPT, and they copy it back into their assignments. So this data can really inform change, and it can form guidance for our governments, people to make changes. And then this is almost the best data that we've got. So like I said, the idea is to create a culture of academic integrity. So of all those reports, 2,100 more or less for poor, and about almost 3,000 for misconduct, for more serious transgressions. Only 188 are on their second warning and 500 for misconducts. And then on the third warning, which is the more serious, problems that you're going to get, from 2,100 to 12. And from almost 3,000 to 55. That's a good thing. So it shows that either the students truly learn something from the remedial courses, or they know now there's a system and I can't get away with academic integrity issues anymore. I will be reported. So one or the other, but at least they are not offending anymore. So I've roughly, made this sum. It's about 15% of students who re-offend from first to second warning. From first to third warning, it's about 3%. So I know, like I said previously, we understand and we acknowledge there's quite a lot of discussion and feelings regarding the Turnitin results. And we acknowledge that. We use it as a guideline. So how do we advise staff members to notice plagiarism or AI? First of all, a lecturer will always remain the subject expert. They will immediately see something is wrong with an assignment. Then there will be the obvious evidence, such as some of our students, they copy the prompt into the assignment. So they don't even go read through the content created. AI will answer, oh, wow, that's a wonderful question. Here's the answer. The student will copy that as well. Then there's a lot of the times then there are no in-text citations, and then obviously the references simply do not exist. We understand that this is also, AI is getting better at this as well. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. We do not have answers for that yet. And then lastly, we open the Turnitin AI detection or the Turnitin report, and we evaluate it, and that should then confirm your suspicions. So the remedial courses that we offer is the AROC-P. So it's an online remedial course for poor. AROC-1, which is the online remedial course for misconduct, for the serious matters. And then the new one, AROC-AI. So if a student has been reported for unethical use of AI, they will be referred to this course, and this course makes a deep dive into the guidelines that we've set out, the AI guidelines. And then obviously the dangers of AI, the biases and all those lovely things that all of us already know about, and I'm not going to go into. And then lastly, we've got the FAVE, which Sander spoke about yesterday, which is the face-to-face, in-person workshop at the Writing Center. So many people ask, how are we going to prevent the unethical use of AI? And I don't think we will ever be able to prevent it, but with training and with introducing students to artificial intelligence in a very scaffolded manner and way, we will hopefully teach them how to use it in an ethical way. So we will probably never be able to prevent it. And I have to also say that the NWU, we embrace AI. We know that it's something that they will probably need in their work life, wherever they will be going after university. So we need to teach them about AI, about the dangers, how to use it ethically. But we need to do it in a scaffolded way. A first-year student will not know. They won't be able to recognize falsehoods in content provided by AI. We need to acknowledge that as well. So Sander from yesterday, he used the 5 levels of AI from Perkins. That was then adapted by Dr. Bakker, also here from South Africa. And then Sander also added his own twist on it. And it's mostly some instructions for staff members, actually, on how to introduce AI into their assessments in a scaffolded way, and to teach students how to use it ethically. So we always say the most important thing is communication. Tell your students, for this assignment, I do not want you to use AI because I want to test this and this and this and this. And then it also will advise the staff members some scenarios for when this will be a good assignment to do. And then what the Turnitin report will look like. Then all of these levels goes up to to full AI engagement. And again, it instructs students, and we've now got a very nice AI course that we've developed to instruct students on these levels. We are also developing a course for staff members on how to implement this into their assignments. But that is it from my side. That's how we deal with academic integrity at the Northwest University in South Africa. We've also got a very nice website. If you guys ever want to AI at NWU, it will pop up right up. It's got our policies, it's got our guidelines, and it's got a lot of AI training sessions. It's just something nice for the university that we know everyone can go to. But yes, that's it from my side. And I don't know if anyone has any questions, I'd love and will be glad to answer them. Yes, we've got one.
Okay, so I have a question for you.
Yes.
If the student has the first warning for misconduct, so how can you rely on his or her honesty in creating any online course, as you was mentioned in your presentation?
That's the thing is we can't. We are busy advising actually all of our modules to rather to sit down, especially assessments, is to do sit-down assessments because we can't rely on the honesty of the students. And or do you mean when they do the course? Or do we rely on the honesty when they're doing the online course? Yes, so the online course, it's got a massive question bank. So if they get a question wrong, another question will pop up. They do need to pass this course with 50%. And it's built in a way that if they can't, they have to pass one question to be able to go to the next question. So, and to help us because these questions, the answers get out, but we've got massive question banks for the students. So if they get the question wrong, they've got 3 opportunities. They will get another opportunity, but it will be a different question. So in total, they have to have 50% to pass the course, to complete it. And yes, I mean, they definitely can cheat, but we can at least then say, we have offered you this remedial course, and if you keep on behaving unethically, it will end up to your own detriment. You will end up at the SJS.
Okay, thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Yolanda, and thank you for the question from Victoria. Yeah, it's amazing to see and to hear how well structured system of academic integrity promotion and management you have at your university. It's very interesting. And what is the most important thing for me, that you give the opportunity to students to have one mistake, or more mistakes, but
actually
one
more,
one is better, of course, But, the better way, of course, is without mistake, maybe the low level of awareness, maybe some misunderstanding, maybe some other cases are in core of this misconduct, and maybe these students are not want to do this, but due to the level of awareness, they have done it. So thank you so much for this presentation. It's a great case and great example how to build the academic integrity system at the university. And at my university, we are talking about the promotion of academic integrity, not about the punishment for the violations of academic integrity. The effective system of academic integrity is that system that promotes best values, and after this, students don't want to misconduct to create some violations of academic integrity. And it's great because punishment is it's a final decision. It's like emotional, psychological, or something else. So thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being with us and agreement to take part in this conference. Dear colleagues, maybe you have some other questions to Yolanda. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I'm sure that I will write you because I was the head of the same office at university. Now I'm head of ethics committee at the National Agency for Higher Education Quality Assurance. Yeah, so we have the Crossroads, yeah, as it's mentioned in our conference. So I think we will have the fruitful relations and fruitful work in future. So thank you so much, and let's move to the next.
Have a lovely day. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day. I want to introduce with a great pleasure, of course, Irina Kuchma from Electronic Information for Libraries, Lithuania, with the topic of her presentation, Open Science Project and Initiatives. So Irina is high experience researcher in the topic of open science, academic integrity. So it's very interesting to hear what insights will you present today, because it's very important for us. Dear Irina, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot for the invitation. Good morning, everyone. Very happy to be here, and I'll pick a slightly different angle because I'll be focusing on open science project and initiatives. And I would also mainly talk in the European context, so apologies for our colleagues from South Africa. Maybe there won't be a lot of interesting things for you, but maybe there will be some. If you would like to follow what's going on with open science in Europe, I think this page is a good place to start. It's a list of all Horizon Europe. Horizon Europe is a European Commission research funding framework program. And on this page, you can see a list of all project that European Commission supports in the area of open science. And the reason why I'm showing you this list is because those projects produce a lot of useful and free tools that could be used by everyone. And they also offer from time to time small grants. And I think it's a lot easier to receive small grants for specific open science activities in your universities from those projects than submit a full Horizon Europe proposal. So I'll quickly scroll through some of those projects and show what they offer. Some projects offer technology solutions, like this first one, which is around artificial intelligence tools and development frameworks. Some projects are really disciplinary specific, so I won't be focusing so much on disciplinary specific topics. For example, you can see two open science projects in the area of marine sciences, oceances, coast, water research, but I don't know whether there are any water researchers here. But since our topic is artificial intelligence, I think this toolbox and also a framework for testing and developing your AI solutions and reusing AI solutions is a good place for you to have a look. For sure, it works for European researchers. I hope it also works for South African researchers. I haven't really checked on that, but if you click on the QR code or link below, you will get software tools. You'll get environment in which you can test your AI tools and solutions. Then there are also projects delivering technology solutions for open access publishing and some collaborative tools around European Open Science Cloud. For open access publishing, for example, I know that a lot of scholarly journals struggle to produce XML files because it's usually tools are expensive and it's manual work, which takes a lot of time. So this is a tool that was developed by Croatian Research and Education Network Center. It's a free tool that could be used by journal editors and publishers that have EduGain accounts. So if you have EduGain, you can log in and use it for free. And there are also many other tools, that is Craft4A project offers for scholarly publishing. Then there are also projects in trusted research environment, cancer research, and research infrastructures. If you're interested in those topics, you can click on those links. Projects around research software excellence, for example, if you're involved in developing research software, I think this USC Averse is for you. Then another thematic project on earth sciences and environmental sciences, and also social sciences. There are also projects actually supporting the European Open Science Cloud as an infrastructure. Then there's GRASP OS, which is a project to provide research assessment tools that consider open science activities. And now they started showcasing some pilots, how universities, research funding agencies are embedding open science in research assessment. And then now some more projects related to European Open Science Cloud. And this is a project that I would like to highlight for you. So maybe save this link because in January, they will open a call for funding. And I've seen this year's call for funding. Application form wasn't complicated, and it's really a good opportunity to implement your short-term specific project related to open science. So as you see, they are offering between 100,000 and 250,000 euros. Project has to be implemented within 12 months or 2 years. And there is also a list of projects that they supported this year. So if you're interested in open science projects and if you're looking for funding, please check what kind of projects they already supported, and also keep an eye on this page when they release the call for funding for the next year. There are also projects around tracking open science activities, research analysis identifier systems, and research data alliance. And if you're interested in any of those projects or any of those topics, you can click on specific project, and you can either sign up for the newsletter or you can follow them on social media, because there might be some interesting opportunities as well. Then also some projects around scientific data lake, secure interactive environments for sensitive data analytics, and a project on skills in open science. And what this project offers, it builds a network of national and institutional competence centers on open science, but also in addition to competence center as a very well structured unit, they have this activity which they call support network on knowledge sharing. So for example, if you're interested in collaborative training programs on AI, then you can get in touch with them using this registration form, and you can discuss collaboration. So I think it's a good forum to share experiences around skills building in open science. They also had, they called it an incubator program for those who are interested in launching open science communities. and they had series of calls. I don't know whether they will have any more calls next year, because they say that their current incubator program is already starting in January. But this program is run by this international network of open science and scholarship communities. And if you're interested in setting up such a community in your university or the national level, then maybe get in touch with coordinators of this international network, and maybe you can still join this incubator program that they are running now, or maybe there will be another incubator program around that. Yeah, and then there are specific projects related to research infrastructures. If you have research infrastructures in your universities, keep an eye. And then another project on trusted environments for computing and secure data sharing. I would also like to flag this collaborative initiative, which is called FORT, Framework for Open and Reproducible Research Training. And it's a group of thousands of researchers, lecturers, librarians involved in open and reproducible research. And it's a volunteer initiative, but they also have projects. So for example, now they are building a replication hub. And within that replication hub, they have calls for like funded participation. So for example, if you want to be involved for 5 hours a month, for example, you can participate and you'll be paid for that. So it's, I think, an interesting network to get in touch, follow the developments. And they also have a lot of very useful resources like syllabus, glossaries, etc. around reproducible research. In my organization, IFL, we have an informal community of open science trainers. So now we have 60 plus people in this network. It's a mailing list. So if you want to join, send me an email. There will be my email on the final slide, and I'll also put it in the chat. And we have monthly meetings. So our next monthly meeting is on the 22nd of January, 9 o'clock UTC, which is 11 in Ukraine. And we'll have a colleague from Kaunas University of Technology who conducted a series of open science workshops for researchers in her university, and she'll be sharing experiences. She'll be telling what works, what doesn't, and we'll have a discussion what is the best way to offer short-term open science courses for researchers, non-formal. Those the courses she was teaching were not part of the curriculum. Then also in my organization, we provide support to those who are publishing journals, and one of the events will be sharing good practices on using open journal systems for publishing scholarly journals. So that's on the 30th of January. And on the 5th of February, we'll have a webinar for those who are managing repositories, and we'll discuss current best practices. And we want to have regular meetings as we have with open science trainers. We'll probably have also regular meetings for repository managers. All our resources related to open science are available on this resources page. And we also negotiate with publishers free publishing agreements. And this is a list of publishers with whom we negotiated. Apologies, it's a little bit small for you to see, but we also have this other page where you can download a spreadsheet with all the journals where researchers from Ukraine could publish for free, because we negotiated these agreements. And Ukraine is one of our partner countries. So if you're not from Ukraine, but from another country, which you see on the map as blue, you can also click and see similar agreements for publishing. So thanks a lot, and I'll be happy to answer any questions, and let me drop my email in the chat.
Yeah, Irina, thank you so much for your presentation. As I said yesterday, we have some kind of mixture with the scientific reports and scientific speech and some kind of promotional speech. Yeah, Irina, thank you so much for your email. So today we have the opportunity to see and to feel the main opportunities to create something interesting with the external funding. What is the most important for me that Ukrainians are on the start of the open science way. Yeah, we have the plan, open science plan 2 years ago. It was established by the Minister of Science and Education of Ukraine. So we have the first steps. So this initiatives and these projects are very useful for us to create something new and to implement the principles of open science and different parts of open science approached in our activity, because it's necessary. If we want to come to international landscape, we need to know the rules, and one of these rules is the open science and open practices, open journals, open access, so on. So thank you so much again, Irina, for your presentation. It's some kind of guideline how to do this in the best way and how to find the opportunities. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions to Irina? Okay, if you have no any questions now, you have the Irina's email. So if you want to ask the questions later, we have the contact with Irina. So feel free to contact me or Irina, and maybe we will help you with the with your issues. So thank you so much, Irina, once more, and thank you for agreement to become a part of our conference and for your very valuable presentation for us. Dear colleagues, we want to rest. Yeah, we have in this program, we have the last presentation from Nargis Hamid Medjidova, sorry, but she is not in our class, in our online. So we have the 15 minutes break. And after this break, we will return and we will continue our conference with the session B. It's the session with Ukrainian representatives. So now we have the short break, and let's meet each other. We have 15 minutes of break. See you later. We continue our process, and now we have the Ukrainian session, and as I see, we have now a lot of presenters, so hope that we'll have the opportunity to hear some of Ukrainian representatives. And now, before the start of the conference, this part of conference, I want to remind that in session B, we have the time frame, 7 minutes for presentation and about 3 and 5 minutes for the Q&A session. So I'm so sorry if I will stop you after the 7 minutes. So please schedule your presentation for the 7 minutes. Okay, let's start. I will check my list of presenters, and after this we will see who is able, who is present in our online class. I see that we have as a presenter Antonina Kizlova, but I want to check all previous presenters. Yeah, great. So Alexander Возnyuk from Zhytomyr, Ivan yeah, one more thing, but it's not actual for the people who are here. We have the approach no show, no paper present. We have the no show, no paper approach. If you want to make your abstract and if you want to see your abstract in the book of abstracts, you need to present your research findings. In other case, organizational committee of the conference, maybe we will make a decision that all no-show papers will not be present in conference abstract book. So if you want to have +1 to your KPIs and one publication, it's the wrong way. This conference is about the content, not about the abstracts. So this remark, I know that we have the video recordings. So this remark for them who are not able to attend this conference and they have the bad opportunity to in exclusion of their abstracts from the book of abstracts. Okay, Alexander Вознюк from Zhytomyr, one from Coast State University is absent. Irina Gorb-Gavrilchenko from Dnipro State Medical University, the same situation. Oksana Bikonya and Sergei Bikonya, the same situation. And I want to invite for the presentation Antoninu Kizlovu, National Technical University of Ukraine, Igor Sikorsky Kyiv Polytechnic Institute, and National Preserve Kyiv Pechersk Lavra with her presentation, evaluating information potential and cataloging of votives with the engraved human image. National Preserve Kyiv Pechersk Lavra. Dear Antonino, the floor is
Thank you very much, but I'm not sure that I can share my presentation.
Let's try. Yeah, we see the black screen, and now we see all.
Can you see my presentation?
It's not presentation; it's PDF document. Am I right?
Yes. No. Yes.
Okay.
It's my.
Okay.
Okay. So, first of all, the engraved silver or silver with gold votive images are a part of our museum collection of the National Preserve Kyiv Pechersk Lavra. Generally, our collection consists of 669 metal wedges, and these wedges are both Catholic, Orthodox, Greek Catholics, and even Armenian. They manifest the human beliefs and prayers, but this practice is widespread on the territory of Ukraine, especially in 19th, 18th, and early 20th centuries. But the provenance of our artifacts is complicated with some problems because of our history during the Second World War. So this paper aims to evaluate the possibilities of applying or not applying artificial intelligence for the classification and interpretation of the votives with engraved human images. Human images with some personalities, with the features of both donors and craftspersons, individual and so on. So, as you can see, the engraved images are related both to the various shapes of the pendants, and you try to imagine that you see all these images, for example, on the table before you, you can see that the persons are of all genders, of all ages and social states. Yeah. And from infants to adults and women, clergy and laity. Yeah. They may be praying, each individually or together with someone, maybe in front of an icon, in front of the all-seeing eye, and for example, feeding the child. Yeah. They may imagine. So can we entrust the classification of these products to artificial intelligence, especially the images with some inscriptions in Polish or maybe in Latin, in Russian, and so on. You can see some inscriptions with the names of donors, their prayers, their initials, for example, the dates, and so on. Regarding classifying these artifacts using artificial intelligence is possible, but with some important consideration. For example, main challenges are the descriptions suggest complex visual and contextual details that might require nuanced interpretation. The artifacts involve various human representations, social status, poses, and religious symbolism. So how to interpret this pose? Yes, is it prayer or no, for example? Yeah. This pose. Or this pose. Or this, for example. How to interpret their gender? For example, this person, is it male or female? Yeah. Is this person adult or a child?
Yeah, Antonina, sorry, you have 1 minute left.
Okay, it's possible to argue that the varied shapes, engravings, and inscriptions on these items provide only limited opportunity for applying state-of-the-art computer vision techniques for semantic segmentation, classification, and image understanding. However, the study of the ex-votos with the engraved human images can benefit from and contribute to the development of AI-powered methods for automated indexing and cataloging of visual sources in the collections, provided that researchers correctly document the identified characteristics of each individual pendant according to a specific scheme. So the use of artificial intelligence in this system is very limited. Thank you very much for your attention. Maybe can you some questions? Maybe you have some questions.
Yeah, Antonina, thank you so much for your presentation. I want to pay your attention that this presentation is something out of scope of our conference. So for future, dear Antonina, please check the agenda of the conference and main direction of this conference. But on the other hand, this topic is very interesting in the point of view of artificial intelligence. As you remember, we have the conference with the crossroads between artificial intelligence, open science, and academic integrity. So it's not only artificial intelligence as a general issue. So, dear colleagues, do you have any questions to Antonina? Okay, let's thank you so much for your presentation. Please, yeah, great. Okay, let's move ahead. The next presentation is from Irina Nikitina and Tatiana Ishchenko. Unfortunately, I didn't see this. The next one is the presentation from Victoria Kolesnik from Bogdan Khmelnytsky Cherkasy National University, and the topic of her presentation, correlation between academic integrity and contingent citizenship. So you have 7 minutes for presentation, and after this it will be Q&A session. Dear Victoria, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much. So the title of my publication is Correlation Between Academic Integrity and Conscious Citizenship. I should say that academic integrity is not only the matter of educational establishment, it is closely connected with the society in general in the matter of form of attitude to work and personal life. Thus, paying considerable attention to this concept is a proper way to create a healthy society with conscious citizenship, citizens of high moral principles. So in general, academic integrity concerns writing individual works, research papers, course papers, diploma papers, and so on the behalf of students, and writing scientific articles, creating teaching material, textbook courses, thesis, and the other on the behalf of the researchers and scientific workers. Though it is impossible to say that committing the academic integrity is something new, however, with the advance in technology, the scope of academic dishonesty is happening with increasing rate. It is evident that academic integrity for students and scientists means being honest in any senses, while writing, studying, researching, and presenting the results of their work. Plagiarism, peeping, copying, unauthorized use of other people's work is unacceptable and should not be tolerated by the society. Academic integrity concerns not only the quality of education, but it also directly influences the way the country raises its citizens and the value it cultivates. If students study hard and write their essays and papers honestly, then it will help them reach success and build a prosperous community. But if academic dishonesty is possible, then later this will become common in the society and it will lead to the country to decline. All members of the society should do active actions for the development and implementation of the academic integrity. Achievement of high moral standards depends on our keeping them. In case of academic dishonesty, a breaker should be punished according to the extent of violation. But there must be a precedent for prevention for the others. So as a result, since people use courts for breaking the societal law, academic community should use their decisions for committing academic dishonesty in the view of potential harm the actions could bring to the society. And as a conclusion, I should say that it is of vital importance to make standards of moral behavior for students, providing them with all the necessary knowledge for their personal life and future work. In this way, following academic integrity should be propagated as the way of self-development and improvement. And every person should be an important member of the successful society with high moral standards. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, you're welcome.
Yeah, Victoria, thank you so much for your presentation. And you touch one more thing about the ethical concerns of academic integrity. I have one question. Is it a topic of your research, or it's some kind of thoughts about the academic integrity and conscious citizenship?
So now it is the result of my research because I was given this course of academic integrity for the students of master's degree. And I made some research concerning the reasons and the punishment and the ways how they are provided. So I think these are the result of one of my researches.
Okay, thank you so much. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions to Victoria? Okay, thank you so much for the participation in this conference, for your valuable contribution, and let's move ahead. As I see, we have Irina Nikitina in our class, and I want to invite her for the presentation with the topic AI versus human, who's gonna win.
Okay.
Irina, the floor is yours.
Так, just a minute. How to make presentation. Hello to everybody. I am Nikitina Irina. I am a senior teacher of Dnipro State University of Internal Affairs. And my topic is all versus human. Who's gonna win? Artificial intelligence burst into the lives of teachers with the opening ChatGPT in November 2022. And the rapid development of artificial intelligence had started a global debate. Can machines really surpass human intelligence, and will the teaching profession be replaced by a smart machine? All of us, we're teachers, we use artificial intelligence in class, for example, in adaptive learning or automated tasks. Students use this artificial intelligence for preparation their tasks, their essays sometimes. But we should know that artificial intelligence have strong and weak points. Artificial intelligence can process a large amount of data, analyze it, draw conclusions, find patterns, and make decisions. The main characteristics of AI is the ability to constantly learn, accumulate knowledge, and implement it. Everything is the same as the human brain, but there is one key difference between a person is AI does not have consciousness. Тобто AI struggles with creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving that require understanding of human emotions and contexts. Then the human element, what AI cannot replace. No, first of all, artificial intelligence has shown better results than humans, for example, in computing and diagnostics. However, the quality of the work of artificial intelligence will still be assessed by people. It is very, very important to my point of view. We will still need someone who can interpret the data and clearly show what the numbers mean and what trends they reflect. Only humans possess emotional and social intelligence. That means that there are special works where human factor is decisive. For example, in the hospital, the nurses should be people. Then even in the future, people always collaborate with other people, and so soft skills are very important, and AI cannot give the students these skills. And like social intelligence, creative skills are not inherent artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence. Так. So the future. Teachers don't need to be afraid of artificial intelligence. It will help students complete assignments to get good grade, but this tool will still not help create brilliant developments, find creative solutions, and artificially get excellent mark. It will help those who want to study, and at least it won't hurt the best students. It is a tool, and we need to know how to use this tool. As a tool, rather than blocking and banning this new technology, teachers should work with its ability to improve students' work. It has a great potential. it can help generate ideas, provide feedback on writing style, on even provide outlines. But we know that, for example, information which is given by artificial intelligence should be checked. As an example, I want to give I was preparing the article about artificial intelligence, and I asked ChatGPT a very simple question: how many letters A are there in the word letter? We know that none. And ChatGPT answers, the word letter has one letter A. I write, are you sure? It answers, oh, I'm so sorry, there are two letters A. I write again, are you really sure that there are two letters of A in this word? Oh, no, thank you for attention. No, there is only one letter. So we should teach our students that all information given by artificial intelligence should be checked. And I'd like, AI can help with the mechanics of writing, for example, but it cannot replace the unique perspective that human can bring to their work. And AI as a tool, not a replacement. I'd like to give an example of two countries, and Ukraine will be the third country. First of all, it is China. When we speak about China,
Irina, sorry for disturbing you. You have 1 minute left.
So experts noted that no prior technology has replaced the work of teachers at lessons at school. So this will not happen with artificial intelligence either. After all, every technology will definitely enter our lives and will seem like a threat. But instead of avoiding artificial intelligence, we can use it as our assistant. AI can become a tool that will make education more qualitative, better, and take it to a new level. Teachers can use it as an assistant that will do routine work for them and leave more time for creativity. Thank you for attention.
Irina, thank you so much for your presentation. It's very interesting and very important topic. What is the future of generative artificial intelligence in our everyday educational life? And my question is, finally, who's gonna win? Artificial intelligence or human?
Human.
Human,
I think
but...
human, yes, I think human. But you know that our new Ukrainian school, yesterday I found a project which is issued by our Ministry of Education and Science. It is, pardon, I have a sore throat. In instructional and methodological recommendations in the implementation of and use of artificial intelligence technologies in general secondary education institutions. It's only a project, but to my mind, it's very interesting. This project shows that a teacher and artificial intelligence are that it is a tool. It is a tool that can be used by teachers, by students, but this tool can be restricted by special rules. And some of these rules are given in this project. To my mind, for example, even, do I have 1 minute? Just 1 minute, yeah. For example, I want to say that this project offers 5 levels of implementation of AI tools for completing educational tasks. Level 0, it is this task prohibits using AI at all. But level 4 is AI can be used in every level of fulfillment of the task. But this instrument, this tool should be mentioned and should be analyzed. So AI is a co-pilot, but not the replacement of a human being, of a person.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yesterday, with colleagues from Canada, we talked about this with colleagues from Canada and United States, and they told that we need to create of rules of misusing of artificial intelligence, not for the using of artificial intelligence. And we thought that maybe it will be some framework policy. And after this, if you want to mine deeper in the frame of your course, in your syllabi or your program or your description of course, you should put the main requirements for using of artificial intelligence, because it's rather different to use artificial intelligence in technical sciences and social sciences. So it's very interesting to create the policy, but we faced with the big challenge. If we have not the opportunity to create one policy for all, and not on all Ukrainian level, on the university level, it's impossible, because we need to understand that we have the different specialties. So from informational technology, it's, for example, it's about the writing of different codes. From social sciences, it's about survey and so on, so on. So, and one more thing. Me and my colleagues from Poland, we conducted the research, will artificial intelligence replaced teachers during the next 5 years. We had the survey from the 6 or 7 countries. And finally, students are familiar with the artificial intelligence, but they don't want to use artificial intelligence as a teacher during next 5 years. I hope we will have the work, but we need to understand that it's some kind of cooperation between the artificial intelligence, because it's a huge opportunities. Really.
But I want to add some words about South Korea. Maybe you know, I'm sure that you know that South Korea is going to produce smart textbooks for classrooms of the future by the next year. And these digital textbooks will be able to assess reading levels, to adopt content, to translate, to give, to assess the work of the children. There will be smart classrooms of the future, but I'm not sure that the project will be successful, because the role of a teacher is limited by artificial technologies. I would like to see such kind of textbook, and I would like to communicate to the students who study at these classrooms in 5 or 10 year period of time.
Yeah, we have a lot of questions, we have a lot of challenges about the generative artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence at all. Yeah, Irina, thank you so much for your presentation and for very active discussion. Let's move to the next presentation. The next presentation will be from Yana Fabrichna from Kyiv National Linguistic University. The title of this presentation: Quality Assurance, Academic Integrity and Assessment Practices, Reality of Ukrainian Universities. Diana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear conference participants, but I am not alone here. I am together with my colleague, Katarina Shevelkova.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, and she is going to share our presentation slides for you. And I'd like to say that we are really glad to welcome all our colleagues and express our sincere gratitude to the organizers of this important event, which gathered so many like-minded people, not only from Ukraine, but from so many countries all over the world, for promoting expertise discussion, sharing knowledge and innovation, and also for giving us the opportunity to contribute. And today we are going to dive into the topic of quality assurance, academic integrity, and assessment practices in 2 Ukrainian universities. Katerina, can you show the next slide, please? Thank you. And share the experience of a teacher, an examiner, and a student thesis supervisor who seek appropriate ways, relevant approaches, efficient practices for dealing with academic dishonesty in difficult conditions caused by war, such as missile attacks. Katerina, can you show the next slide, please? Power cuts and blackouts. And before we start, I'd like to note that the images used in our presentations are illustrative and were taken from open media sources and used under Creative Commons Zero license. Well, and I'd like to start with the description of a situation teachers in Ukraine are very well aware of. Katerina, can you show the next slide, please, to illustrate my speech? The end of the term, the module test as a part of the final assessment is scheduled to be written by all the students on the same day and at the same time. The purpose of such an organization is to minimize the risks of cheating, sharing information among the students about the tasks. Everybody in the classroom is busy, students are completing their assignments, and the teacher is monitoring them. And in the middle of the process, you hear air raid sirens. That terrible sound, I think we will never get used to. So everybody should go to the shelter, and everybody is going to the shelter. And as the air attack can last for several hours, the students have the opportunity and the incentive to cheat, to discuss, to share information, and we can say that the teacher monitoring function fulfillment becomes impossible. Or another example of the impact of challenges of war on the exam practices. This Monday, I was a member of the examination board, and there was no electricity at our university. It was 3 p.m. and it was almost dark in the classroom. What is to be done in the context of academic integrity upholding when responsibility is on teaching staff? Katerina, please, the next slide. So, in order to find the solution to the problem of promotion academic excellence in the situations I described above, and as we fully recognize that the university reputations, the university's dignity, they depend on the quality of academic practices and their graduates' knowledge and skills. So we referred to the governance and administration documents that define and regulate the implementation of the policy for quality assurance and academic integrity in both our university. All in all, we have reviewed 21 documents with supplements to some of them, accessible on universities' websites in the period between 2020 and 2024, when some of them were amended. Katerina, the next slide, please. So, and the results of the review show that the documents, first of all, state that existing university organizational structures, educational pedagogies, and practices are designed to protect, preserve, and promote academic integrity efforts across the academic communities. They also suggest the definitions of academic integrity, which are developed from universal characteristics of honesty and basic ethical principles and rules. We could also find the types of academic dishonesty, such as cheating, plagiarism, falsification, and these documents give a detailed explanation of which one. There are ways to detect instances of academic misconduct, and they provide guidance for teachers when breaches of academic integrity are suspected. For example, how to gather the evidence or use plagiarism checker tools. There is also the range of sanctions for improper academic behavior, from a verbal warning, as the presenter from South Africa today talked about. She had 3 warnings to expulsion from the university, very serious punishment. And they also outlined the strategies to foster the environment of honesty, trust, fairness, respect, and responsibility, which include educational activities for university staff and students aimed at the development of their academic integrity competence. And I'd like to note, and it will be my last comment, that special attention in the documents reviewed is paid to the promotion of academic integrity in assessment practices and its ensuring while writing and defending a research paper. And now I'd like to invite Katerina. Katerina, the floor is yours.
Well, so now I suggest you turning...
Yeah, Katerina, I'm sorry to disturbing you. You have 2 minutes left.
Fine. To another typical academic situation as defending a graduation paper or master's thesis. The Ukrainian wartime conditions may not affect it as obviously as they do the final assessment procedures pointed out by my colleagues, but still have a significant, though indirect, influence. This year, I was honored to supervise a research dedicated to the problems of academic integrity in the conditions of distance learning at Ukrainian university. On the slide we can see all the threats that are put by the current situations, including the distance learning, which a lot of universities have to lead. Apart from such usual reasons for academic misconduct, the survey that we have carried out within this research displayed a strong correlation between students' mental well-being and their propensity for academic dishonesty. While preparing their qualification papers, graduates are often exposed to stress and anxiety, a lot of which are caused by the martial law in the country, including air raids and power cuts. The key factors contributing to this stress include physical and psychological pressure, instability, and an ongoing sense of danger. Furthermore, the students in wartime frequently have limited access to internet connections, essential learning sources, and adequate support, complicating their ability to meet educational requirements. So as a conclusion, we have found out that Ukrainian universities do uphold a policy on academic integrity that aligns with European standards in evaluating students' academic performance, self-study, and research work. However, the current realities in Ukraine present challenges, including disrupted educational processes and limited access to resources, all of which complicate the adherence to academic integrity standards and create a precarious environment for both students and faculty. In situations involving air attacks, power cuts, or both, the emphasis on safety takes precedence over academic ethical norms, making it difficult to fully implement the guidelines or make them work efficiently. Thus, there's an urgent need to enhance and clarify the existing norms of academic conduct or to establish additional guidelines for both students and faculty in response to the frequent occurrence of hazardous situations. We can see a potential solution in implementing educational measures before, during, and after academic activities to build a culture of academic integrity at every stage of learning. In our further research, we are planning to develop new practices and see how well they work for conducting course assessment and guiding master thesis more effectively. So this is it. Thank you for your attention and engagement. We'll be happy to answer any questions you have on our topic.
Thank you so much, dear Diana, dear Katerina. It's a very interesting presentation because it's about quality assurance as a member of National Agency for Quality Assurance, and it's very close to me because I have the deep understanding that academic integrity is a core of quality assurance. Finally, yeah, of course we have the content of educational programs, but finally we are talking about outcomes and skills, and finally we are talking about growing mindset, not fixed mindset. So if we want to give the growth mindset to our students, we must attribute this phenomenon with the academic integrity. I have one question. You, in your presentation, it marked that you investigate the 21 documents as the base of your research. Is it documents, are they the documents from Ukrainian universities, or you investigate also the documents of foreign universities?
No, not yet. So we in our research, we are just at the beginning, this phase, which is called data collection, and we reviewed the documents of two universities, Kyiv National Linguistic University, I'm a representative of, and State University of Trade and Economics, Katerina is the representative of. We combined, we reviewed them, we analyzed, and we presented you like the general summary, what it is about and why did we do it. We wanted to find the solution to the problem, some guidelines, but we could not. That's why we initiate the, let's say, reviewing and amending these documents. And we are going to extend our research on the documents of other Ukrainian universities, and the next stage to compare them with the documents which are accessible and which which clarify the policy for quality assurance of foreign universities, foreign countries. Yeah. Sure, leading universities of all of the world.
So now it's not representative data set. It's local point of view,
yeah,
based on only two universities. It's good to start from ourselves.
Yeah,
And,
very specific.
yeah. But I propose you to learn more deeply.
Yes, we have plans. We have
legislation. Plans. Yeah, legislation based from other Ukrainian universities, because we have very interesting cases with the description of academic integrity system with the content. So I compared,
especially in the context of war challenges. Yeah, because we are looking for the answer to this problem.
Yeah, of course, but academic integrity is out of war, really. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
but greatly influenced by it.
It's some kind of reason of misconduct from students or teachers. Yeah, but on the other hand, it's out of war, out of COVID, and
absolutely.
It's very interesting investigation. If do you have the opportunity to violate academic integrity principles based on the reasons that we have the war? Yeah, formally we have the opportunity to investigate this, and finally maybe some students and some colleagues told that yes, and we'll tell also yes. So it's very interesting because we have the during the war we have the special online. Yeah, it's not mixed learning, it's more online learning. It depends of cities, of course, but it's online learning, and how to recognize who is on the other side of screen, how to recognize who is the owner of this account with the name Артем Артюхов, for example. Yeah, it's not a problem to create the avatar, yeah, with Артем Артюхов's face. Yeah, who is the author of this assessment task, so on. So it's very interesting, and I want to say thank you so much for this interesting investigation, and hope you will develop something interesting in future in the case of maybe in the case of policies. So
our pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Let's move ahead. The next presenter is Olena Vasilenko from National Academy of Internal Affairs. As I see, she is absent. The next one is Dmitro Garashuk from Zhytomyr Polytechnic State University. He is also... he's here. Sorry. Dear Dmitro, you are welcome with the presentation on the topic Ethics and Integrity in Digital Media, Challenges of Populism and Truth Decay. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Artem. Can I share my presentation?
Yeah, of course, you have the access to...
Just give me a second, and I would appreciate the feedback about the sound, if you can hear me well. And if you can see my screen now.
Yeah, great.
Okay, thank you. So, dear colleagues, it is a privilege to be here today and to share some insights on a topic that probably could define our times, which is the ethics and integrity of digital media in the age of populism and truth decay. So, as we all know, digital media has transformed the way we communicate, access information, and participate in public life. That with this transformation comes profound challenges that test our democratic values and societal cohesion. And today I invite you to explore three main or basic dimensions of media integrity and its challenges. So I would like to talk about why media integrity is essential and why it is under threat. Also, the concept of truth decay era and its consequences, and how digital media drives these changes and fuels digital populism. So media integrity at its core is about truth, is about fairness and transparency, and it underpins informed decision-making, and it holds power accountable and sustains democratic norms. And yet in today's digital age, this integrity faces unprecedented challenges. Traditional media used to act as filters for information, for shaping public discourse through newspapers, radio, and television. But digital platforms, however, they have removed these filters, democratizing information flow. And while this has amplified marginalized voices, or we can say unheard voices or minority voices, it has also made it easier for disinformation and polarizing narratives to spread unchecked. So why is this happening? The first answer would be the algorithms that drive digital platforms prioritize engagement over accuracy. So content that provokes strong emotions like anger, fear, or outrage is more likely to go viral, and thus is more likely to be monetized. So this has created an environment where misinformation spreads faster than facts, thus eroding public trust in institutions and media itself. So to understand the gravity of this shift, let's examine the phenomenon of truth decay. So truth decay is not merely the post-truth era rebranded. It is much deeper and more systemic phenomenon. At its heart, the truth decay involves the blurring of lines between fact and opinion. It involves the proliferation of disinformation and false narratives, and also the loss of shared understanding of basic truth. So truth decay has serious consequences. It weakens public discourse, public discussions, turning them into emotionally driven conflicts. It increases polarization as people in echo chambers rarely encounter different viewpoints. And finally, it reduces trust in media and the institutions that support democracy. A well-known French philosopher, Jean Baudrillard, introduced the concept of hyperreality to describe a state where representations of reality become more influential and real than reality itself. And in the digital age, this concept has evolved into something called political hyperreality, where political symbols, slogans, and narratives dominate and distort objective truth. So this transformation is rooted in the fertile ground of political consumerism, a phenomenon amplified by our constant exposure to 24/7 information flow. So this effect can be so crucial that even direct participants of a certain political event can subsequently change their perception of this event after being aggressively exposed to digital media campaigning. And in this environment, we cannot shield ourselves from a deluge of content designed to manipulate perceptions just by appealing to emotions rather than facts. So digital media platforms have become the primary battlegrounds for truth and trust. And let me highlight three mechanisms that fuel this crisis. First is obviously algorithmic amplification. So social media algorithms are designed to maximize engagement. And this means that content that evokes anger, fear, or shock is given precedence, creating fertile ground for divisive and populist rhetoric. We also have echo chambers and selective exposure. So the algorithms also segment users into ideological bubbles, reinforcing their cognitive biases and thus limiting exposure to alternative views. And also information overload. So just the sheer volume of content overwhelms our cognitive capacity, leading people to rely on shortcuts, such as emotional appeal rather than critical analysis. And these dynamics are not abstract concepts. They have real-world implications, and we can find many. Just consider the Brexit campaign or 2016 US presidential elections. In both cases, digital platforms were instrumental in spreading emotional charged populist narratives that just bypass traditional gatekeeping mechanisms. So this brings us to digital populism, a phenomenon that exemplifies how populist leaders exploit digital platforms to advance their agendas. So digital populism thrives on three main things: simplified, emotionally charged messages that resonate deeply but often lack nuance, direct communication that bypasses institutional checks and balances, and the erosion of trust in elites, including journalists, scientists, and policymakers. So the consequences are alarming. Digital populism undermines democratic institutions, delegitimizes expertise, and triggers societal polarization. Well, as populist leaders frame themselves as the sole voice of ordinary people, they weaken the very foundation of democratic debate. So the question is, what can we do about it? To rebuild the integrity of digital media and reduce the harms.
Sorry to interrupt you. You have 1 minute left.
Yeah, finishing already. Thank you. So to rebuild the integrity of digital media and reduce the harms of digital populists, we just must first focus on awareness, an essential but often overlooked first step. Awareness helps identify threats before they can take root. And beyond this, we can apply other strategies that leverage the potential of digital media in all its forms to stop negative impacts halfway. So we should focus on media literacy, empowering citizens to critically evaluate information, recognizing bias and just resist manipulation, algorithm transparency, advocate for regulatory frameworks that hold platforms accountable for their content moderation, and collaborative fact-checking. So force the partnerships between tech companies, civil society, and journalists to counter disinformation. And these solutions require collective efforts. They just demand commitment from governments, platforms, and individuals. So the challenges of populism and truth decay in digital media are big, but they can be tackled. So by focusing on ethics and integrity, we can build a media space that supports citizens, strengthens democracy, and fights disinformation. So we should remember that the fight for truth isn't just about technology. It's about protecting the values that hold our societies together. So together, we can meet these challenges. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you so much, Metro. I'm not very strong in this topic, but after your presentation, I'm sure that I will be more familiar with some cases of the populism, and of course your last slide, last not least, of course, about the fact checking and other things, and level of awareness, of course, is very important, not only for media, digital media. It's also very important for educational and scientific life, because as a background, we use the literature or sources, maybe it's more correct. We use different sources, and we need to do fact checking and other necessary things before we will spread this information among our colleagues in our educational and scientific life. So it's good to know that we have this direction of research, and thanks to Dmitro, we have some very, very interesting results. Yeah. So dear colleagues, do you have any questions to Dmitro? Okay, dear Dmitro, thank you so much for taking part in this conference with your valuable presentation and very interesting presentation. Let's move ahead. The next in my list is Dmitro Logvinenko from Dnipro State University of Internal Affairs, and I didn't see him before, and yeah, he is absent and at this time. The next presenter, and I understand this is the last presenter in this section, is Ivan Zhuralov from State University of Information and Communication Technologies with the I saw Ivan, but now I didn't see. No, he is not here. Yeah. So hope he will join us maybe during the next session, and maybe it will be great to hear some insights from him. Okay, and the last one is Marina Vishnevska from Kyiv National University of Technologies and Design, as well as Institute of Pedagogy from National Academy of Educational Sciences of Ukraine. Yeah, also we have now this participant at this time. So we have no any presenters in this session. So we have the break, official break. We have the official break from 2 p.m. to 2:20, but we have no presenters now, and I hope they will join us during the next session. So we have the break from this time to 2:20 p.m. And after this, we will continue our session, and maybe we will see our next and new presenter. So now we have the break on 1 hour and 20 minutes till 2:20 p.m. Okay, this break, I asked the organizers to turn off the stream, to turn off the this video, and we will start in 1 hour and 20 minutes. So thank you so much, and see you later. Conference. Yes, thank you for the recordings. Today we have the second session, session B, during our second day of the conference, and I expect that we have at least 3 reports, 3 speeches in this section. So let's check our list, our program. The first one is Svetlana Nasakina from Odessa State Agrarian University. She had her report yesterday in the evening after all international participants. So I had the request from her side, and due to possibility of electricity absence, she reported yesterday with her report AI-assisted students in the focus of academic integrity. Okay, let's go ahead. Denis Ilnitsky and Dmitro Barabas from Kyiv National Economic University, named after Vadim Hetman. As I understand, they are absent. Okay. Irina Pakhilenko and from Kyiv National University of Construction and Architecture, and Mikhailo Akimov from National Academy of Internal Affairs, Ukraine. As I remember, I saw Mikhailo in the previous session. Okay, let's wait, maybe he will join us later. The next one is Artem Papusha, State University of Information and Communication Technologies. He's also absent, unfortunately. The next one is the presentation from Olga Petrova from Kharkiv National Medical University, and Mykola Petrov from Karazin Kharkiv National University. Yeah, I see. Olga, great. Okay, let me invite you to your presentation with the title Prompt Engineering Skills in the University Students Activity. The floor is yours. You're welcome.
Now, yes?
Yeah, now you have 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Let me download the presentation. One moment. Thank you. Okay, so 1 second more for me to see my presentation, to work with it. So 1 moment.
Yeah, we see a presentation, but it's not the presentation mode.
Okay.
So slideshow.
Can you see my presentation or not?
Yeah, we see your presentation, no? But it's not in slideshow mode.
Not in slideshow. So well, so my technical abilities only to show this one.
You have the upper row file главная вставка, and you see their slideshow.
Okay, but I cannot see my text. Can I show this way? Is it possible?
Okay.
Thank you. So the topic is about the prompt engineering skills in the university students activity. So we worked with this topic and have some ideas and have some material to share. The modern educational process is characterized by the rapid introduction of innovative technologies into the practice of teaching and the inclusion of elements of new achievements of scientific progress in algorithms and techniques. Generative artificial intelligence technologies provide many opportunities for subjects of the educational process to facilitate learning, save effort on technical work, and win effort for creative activity. As we state zero tolerance for plagiarism, we consider good usage of AI, not cheating, but using these advances for routine work, such as, for example, collecting literature sources to be reviewed and others. We strictly adhere to the idea that AI can and should supplement student learning, but not replace it. Recently, chatting with ChatGPT using prompts has become one of the most exciting activities, somewhat integrated into education. And regarding education, a discussion in the literature about the nature of prompt engineering competency and intuitive ability or skills and needs to be learned has recently been observed. The purpose of the work was to overview the principal skills in prompting conversation with AI tools that may become useful in the learning activity. Okay, so we can define a prompt as a user-formulated instruction in the form of text where wishes are expressed, a description of the generated product, answer to a question, various content, translation, text, image, etc., is provided to the AI tool, language model. We all are being warned that the text generated by large language models operating in dialogue mode are not completely reliable and do not guarantee correctness and adequacy as required. The conversation with the chatbot is a trial and error process, and humans should guide this conversation for good productivity. The tasks for usage prompts in chatbots may be diverse, such as finding ideas, solving problems, information retrieval and summarizing information, creating content, helping in creative writing, text-to-image generation, and more. A well-written AI prompt is critical to effective communication between humans and AI. A clear, concise prompt that gives context helps to achieve the desired result. Depending on the task at hand, a prompt can be of different forms, volumes, and details. It can be short and clear, detailed and descriptive, informative or definitive, but clear instructions should always be a requirement. Good, bad formulation in writing prompts depends on being transparent and specific, or vice versa, vague and ambiguous. Presenting specific or general descriptions, using relevant or irrelevant to the goal keywords necessary to understand the context of the request, and ignoring enough information and possibly examples. The other aspect includes attention to grammatical correctness, tone, and style. Try to formulate the query in a sentence, not in a long text. It is crucial for efficiency to know how to use questions to be productive and get the required satisfactory answer. Here are some tips. Acquire skills and practice in formulating and refining questions. The student's experience should be checked. If it is unsatisfactory, then be compensated for the gap by searching for information to ask what is needed. To understand the facts and apply them to the idea, break the information into components and analyze, evaluate, combine, and refine to create a new question. To clarify, you need to add or remove details. Keywords and phrases being included in a prompt can improve the quality of the generative model's output or consider the ordered specific style, volume, etc. analyze the answers received from the chatbot, and summarize the experience or successful output. The limits of the use of AI in work could be defined within the role of AI that can help in data collection and processing. Artificial intelligence can be used in technical work, but in fact, the main stage of creative work, creative design of thought, the definition of the structure of scientific work must be human-made. For some steps that suppose the routine tasks such as information retrieval, literature sources search, we can use prompting with the bot to get the results quicker. We recommend learning the area, defining the specific inquiry, refining the inquiry in case of unsatisfying satisfying results, and using AI ethically in the learning activity. Thus, prompting serves as an important tool in guiding AI systems to generate relevant responses. Okay, and now about the conclusions. As AI advances have become more common, learning prompt engineering strategies appear more topical and set a component of digital literacy. A clear and concise prompt can significantly improve the results of students' communication with AI tools. So it's essential to learn how to write prompts correctly and practice prompting. It is a necessary skill to attain individual learning objectives and obtain personalized learning experiences. So this is shortly in brief what we have done. Thank you for your attention.
Olga, thank you so much for your presentation. It's very interesting to see how to use generative artificial intelligence in everyday educational and scientific life. I have one interesting question because it becomes from my case. Could you show me your presentation once again?
Yes, I can. One moment.
And it's slide number, I didn't remember, second from the finish, about the human-made structure.
Human-made structure. One moment. Sorry. Because I can explain because there are some browsers opened because I have in parallel the class. Sorry for my delay. Now I'm once more. Sorry.
It's not a problem because we are in the epoch of digitalization, so we are in different places at the same time. I understand you.
Yes,
what does it mean? Because in our previous life. Yeah, with the picture number 9.
I see.
Yeah. Okay. I have the case, and maybe I ask you about your opinion. The case is as follows. I ask students in the frame of my elective course, Research Integrity for PhD students. I ask PhD students to create the structure and content of their PhD dissertation. Yeah, with the title of paragraphs, subparagraphs. They have a title of their dissertation work, PhD thesis, and I ask them to create the structure of their dissertation. So, is it okay or not, in your opinion?
In my opinion, the human brain is necessary because we are not certain in the correctness of the answers which are given by the AI, and maybe plagiarism be presented in such answers. So only ideas which can make such a brainstorming for the PhD student may be for this purpose may AI be used? Because just the answer, it is, to my mind, it is not correct usage. Only the ideas to shorten the process of review of ideas which the internet possesses, this may be, to my mind, the task may be, of course, this task, such task for PhD students may be, but it should be, as I said, elaborated.
Yeah, I mean that we use generative artificial intelligence as the first step. It's not a final version of the structure. For example, how to make a literature review on the best way, how to create the methodology, because methodology is not something uniqueness. Yeah, we understand that we have of methods and the borders and limitations for using of each method. So it's not something unique. And after this, maybe after the third, fourth, or fifth iteration, maybe these PhD students will create his or her own structure of dissertation based on the ideas of generative artificial intelligence. I mean that it's some kind of preliminary work. It's not like ghostwriter or something else. And
Of
what's
course.
yeah,
Of course, the AI is an assistant. Yes,
Yes.
you see,
Yes.
and it accelerates the technical and routine work. This is my mind.
Yeah, exactly. But on the other hand, it's a very smart assistant. Why? I had two cases. Yeah, I am a PhD in engineering and a Doctor of Science in economics. So I asked two colleagues, two PhD students, to create the content of PhD dissertation for technical sciences, for chemical engineering, for example, and for economic sciences. So generative artificial intelligence, LLM, created rather different structures. And this is like the standard for each areas of expertise. For example, for technical science and for economic science, the first, for technical science, the first is literature review, the first paragraph or the first chapter. The second one is methodology, after this experiment, so on, so on. And finally, conclusions. For economic sciences, it's the separate chapters and the separate chapters on the separate topics. And inside these topics, there is a methodology, experiment, computer simulation, or something else. So generative artificial intelligence knows these features of creation for the content of different dissertation in different areas of expertise and different branches. So let's use his potential or its potential. It's not a human. Its potential in this area.
Yes, so there is, there is such a word which is repurposing. Yes, so repurposing and wording, and this gives one result and the other result. So you are, this is an illustration of it.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, of course. Yola, thank you so much, because we have this topic and we will have this topic during a couple of years after today's conference. I'm sure that it will be, because we need to find the place of generative artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence at all if in our everyday life, not only educational and scientific, and across our everyday life behind the university or scientific organization. So thank you so much. Thank you for participation in this conference. We are very grateful that we have the opportunity to hear you. Okay, let's move for the next presentation. The next presentation is from Viktor Malyshev and Olga Orel from International European University. And we have no unfortunately, these presenters. The next one is Vera Haponenko, Kyiv National Economic University, named after Vadim Hetman. Yeah, you are here, great. Your title, let me introduce your title, Academic Integrity in the Context of Education's Sustainable Development. Dear Vera, the floor is yours. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for participation and for your invitation to participate in the conference. And I hope you can see my presentation right now.
Yes, it's PDF reader, yeah?
Yeah, PDF.
Yeah, great, great.
It was really interesting to follow and to listen to the previous speeches, and they made me rethink some things from my speech, from my presentation. The first thing which I'd like to mark that usually we speak about some punishment for cheating, some restriction for create some guarantees for academic integrity, but in my speech I will pay attention that we usually try to prove for our students, for our academic community, that it is profitable to be limit your activities by the principles of academic integrity, because cheating can be invisible in this exact moment, but sooner or later it will be a situation when you couldn't cheat, and that the results will be a crucial negative for a person who used to have some plagiarism or some other kind of cheating in their activities. And that's why I find and I propose the topic about the academic integrity in the context of education's sustainable development. But when we speak about the contribution not only for this exact time, but also for future generation who are able to use only permitted form of research of their students' work or any other works. And my introduction to this topic is that in a post-information age, the understanding of academic integrity and culture is constantly expanding. The application of artificial intelligent technologies requires new approaches to citation, substantiation of research methodology, development of standards for acceptable means of its application. Also, academic integrity crucially changes in the means of societies at risk. From the beginning of the hybrid war in 2014 and full-scale invasion in 2022, Ukrainian society constantly suffers from the violation of basic human rights. The goals of sustainable development of the United Nations nowadays, we should find the answers how higher education can help to achieve the goals of building a peaceful and safe society with good governance and inclusive institution by encouraging integrity. First of all, I want to say that according to the UNESCO's program, education for sustainable development understood like knowledge, skills, values, attitudes, and behaviors to live in a way of good for the environment, economy, and society. It encourages people to live in the way that is people to make them responsible, to have responsible choices, and help create a better future for everyone. In wartime, integrity also means responsible information sharing, developing democratic values, consolidating society, and so on. Scientists and specialists often provide as representatives of expert environment, so even professors' repost can give a message special ways, not to mention scientific publication. The plagiarism and generated materials can be easily recognized by the special programs, but cases of distortion of information, so-called half-truths, use of context or manipulative technologies are difficult to identify. And sometimes professors, by sharing information, they couldn't, they also can have some abuses, and sometimes without the understanding that this information is false. They can only be detected through the conscious and purposeful effort of a person to verify and critically analyze the information. The approach to academic ethics and integrity, not only as independent, but also as socially responsible, can be a component of information warfare and hostile propaganda, which increase the flow of false information and the risk of its dissemination. The institution of higher education, a center for formation of high level of great civil culture and political and legal consciousness, should implement an important social mission to offer systematic and effective measures to deepen the education of democratic European values, patriotism and national identity, social pacification and consolidation. The antidote to the hostile information and propaganda influence of the war is the simulation of critical thinking skills, media literacy, mechanism of conventional public participation, and control over representatives of state institutions. These principles should be fundamental both in scientific research in various fields of knowledge and in the educational process of all specialties and scientific areas. To implement academic integrity, it is important to form an appropriate level of civic culture among scientists and pedagogical workers, who should carefully monitor the quality of the information used, subject it to critical analysis, purposefully form of a communication image at various levels. The dissemination of any information must be justified. Any doubt about the authenticity of the information is a reason to refrain from distribution. Also important is the high level of political and legal culture of higher education graduates, who are probably the reserve of the elite in various fields of activity. Usually, the formation of civic position occurs unconsciously. It means not only to learn some theoretical principles of civic education, but also to accept them as generally accepted rules and have priority over individual aspirations. In case the teacher acts as an example to follow, in the education process can be used cases from Ukrainian history, the modern practice about the remarkable achievement of our compatriots, reminders about the memorial of important events and dates. And at the end of my speech, I want to highlight that the rules of academic integrity should be a part of people's behavior. Only in this case it can be sustainable, not if we find some punishment for cheating. Thank you very much for your attention. If any question, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Vera, for your presentation. And it's very wide area, sustainable development in the frame of education quality. And I want to ask the question, maybe it's some kind of specification of your research. When we are talking about the sustainable development, we always link to the 16th Sustainable Development Goals, because Sustainable Development Goal 17 is some kind of united Sustainable Development Goal. So what Sustainable Development goals, maybe it's some kind of provocative, but goals, did you mean when you create your title, Education Sustainable Development? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I mean exactly the education as a part of sustainable development. Unfortunately, I don't remember what is the number. It seems to me that it is the goal number 6, when the United Nations Organization documents says about the ability of education to create some safety environment by preventing some values during the educational process. And academic integrity is also a part of general ethics, general understanding of anti-corruption compliance and so on. And a high quality of education can be realized in future education only when all participants of educational process believe in these principles, not only formally establish some rules by writing some, don't know, some
legislation based on policies. Yeah.
Yes. Some even laws, they can be they can limit influence on the students, on academic scholars, because they try to avoid them somehow, find ways how to how to have less problems with their research. Even in your previous question about the plan of the dissertation generated by the artificial intelligence, it can be used only if a person tries to rethink this pattern, this model which propose generative intelligence. If some person, a PhD student or any other student, will have this like the model with any changes, it gives us no results, because dissertation means that we try to find out some new information, some creative approaches in methodology, in results of research, but the generative intelligence use only information which already exists. And for this case, if we use only artificial intelligence, not our own intelligence, we will have the same information, but in other way. And only if person try to rethink, he or she can find something new, even by using ready-made models, patterns, so on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe you mean Sustainable Development Goal 4, not 6, because Sustainable Development Goal 4 is about quality of education, and also I think it's also about Sustainable Development Goal 9, innovation and infrastructure, because we are talking about the knowledge transfer. And the answer on your feedback about the content of PhD dissertation. I know the cases of using the very straight and powerful generative artificial intelligence for calculation of theoretical models. So the core of this theoretical model is in our brain. The methodology and indicators for this research are in our brain. We have the well-known methodology, and we use generative artificial intelligence to calculate something. I think it's a good idea, because it's like calculator 3 plus 2. Yeah, it's more difficult, but on the other hand, we have very good results. After this, we will recognize what's going on in this model. And after this, we will check, is all things are okay? If yes, okay, let's move ahead. If no, okay, let's think where is the gap. So it's very questionable issue, these limits for using of artificial intelligence. And as you say about the legislation base and implementation during our morning session, we had the speech from a colleague from South Africa, and she told that it's not equal to have the policy and to implement the policy. Because formally we have this policy, all Ukrainian universities have this policy, because it's requirements of the National Agency for Higher Education Quality Assurance. Okay, I know what I mean, yeah, because I'm deeply in this process. But we are talking about the culture of implementation, and we have the problems in this issue at some universities, because we mixed up the plagiarism and uniqueness. Yeah, yesterday we had the very fruitful conversation and discussion with colleagues from United States and Canada about the uniqueness and plagiarism, about the percentage of uniqueness and other things. Yeah. Okay, Divira, thank you so much for your participation, for your valuable presentation, and it's very interesting to see and to hear what will be the perspectives of academic integrity implementation in context of sustainable development goals. Okay, let's move ahead. The next presenter, the group of presenters, Irina Vasilyeva, Olga Nichushkina, Anna Laputko from Bogomolets National Medical University. Great, Anna Laputko, sorry, because I read English version, so I'm so sorry for my pronunciation. The title of the presentation, Integrity as a Component of Modern Medical Higher Education. Diana, the floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon. One minute. Can you see?
Yeah, great.
Yeah. Okay. We today the theme of our research is integrity as a component of modern medical higher education. It is the regulatory component of medicine and healthcare as a social institution of modern society. Is a set of norms, principles, rules, and values that define the professional duties of doctors and other healthcare professionals and their interaction with patients. In this regard, it is important to introduce the principles of integrity into the system of higher education. The aim of this research is to study the initial level of competence of higher medical education students regarding the manifestation of academic dishonesty, integrity issues specific for modern medical higher education. Materials that we materials by means of online questionnaire as a part of a pilot study of academic integrity is a characteristic of the educational environment of the medical higher education institution in February 2023. It is full-time higher medical education students of the Bogomolets National Medical University where environment 472. Information processing was carried out using the statistical data processing package ABM SPSS statistics. In results, we in connection with our university, Bogomolets National Medical University, join Transparent Universities pilot project provided by the Integrity Office of the National Agency of Corruption Prevention. Students of all faculties were offered the study of the anti-corruption and integrity discipline. The implementation of this discipline was preceded by an empirical study, the results of which were taken into account when teaching this course. Respondents were offered 6 conforming examples. Of dishonesty behavior by a higher education student with the opportunity to mark all the opinions they consider correct. According to the results of the study, the following are manifestation of academic dishonesty on the part of higher education students. In these slides, we can see examples of academic dishonesty in our university. 60.2% of respondents considered performance as assignment test during control for another person. Then 50.8% peeping at classmate work during current or final control. Then 44.7% copying from a textbook, manual, internet sources during current or final control. Then 39.8% submitting the same work essay presentation in order to get a grade in difficult disciplines, different topics. Then 33.3% completing an individual task together with colleagues, as a result of which all submit the same of almost the same work to teacher for checking, and 30.5% communicating with other students while taking a test to get help, and 15% difficult to answer, refusal to answer. Based on the results obtained, 3 groups of respondents Three groups of respondents can be distinguished. Respondent with low competence in the specific question marked 2 or 1 option. Then students with an average level of competence 3 and 4 answers, and respondents with a high level of competence who marked 5 or 6 examples of academic dishonesty. So we can rather conditionally name those who, before the introduction of the discipline anti-corruption and integrity, had no idea about the manifestation of academic dishonesty. So 15% of respondents. However, the issue of integrity in higher medical education has a broad significance than maintain academic integrity, as it involves the formation of the necessary moral and professional qualities in students, which will serve as a guide in their future professional activities. Is known from the etiology, the concept of integrity can be represented as a relation between two concepts, goodness and honesty. So goodness in the field of medicine is transformed into the concept of mercy as a moral and ethical imperative of medical profession. And the same as Ukraine academic Nikolai Amosov said, if you graduate from university and don't feel empathy and love for a person, you can go work in a laboratory, for example, but not to treat them. In medical ethics and deontology, this is embodied in the principles of do no harm, do good, dignity, doctor's authority, and doctor's empathy for the patient. The concept of honesty in medicine is not limited to prevention and contracting corruption, bribery, and dishonesty in the performance of professional duties, which are known to exist in the industry, but in medicine, but embodied in such principle as social justice in healthcare, honesty, transparency of relations with colleagues and patients. The doctor must not only provide...
I'm so sorry, you have 1 minute left for your presentation. We have the time frame of 7 minutes for presentation, so please, 2 minutes in maximum. Thanks.
Okay. 2 minutes. However, the most dramatic decision is to stop surveys for seriously ill terminal patients. Modern technologies make it possible to prolong the life of patients, but many of them have virtually no change of example quality of life. So making such a difficult decision requires informed consent from the patient of their representative. According to doctors, seriously ill patients usually think about life and death and have an understanding of their condition. So the question of stopping treatment rarely comes as a surprise to them. Some patients give consent, others want surgery even if their prognosis is poor. The issue of integrity formation in the system of medical higher education are related not only in general ethical and legal training, but also to professional ethical and legal education, for example, medical ethics and deontology, bioethics, medical law, so which indicated the actualization of interdisciplinary approach in solving this complex problem. Thank you for your attention.
Diana, thank you so much for your presentation. It's very interesting because, frankly speaking, medical education, it's a very specific world of education. So we have different cases as as a member of as a head of Committee of Ethics at the National Agency for Higher Education Quality Assurance. I see these cases, and formally we have a good medical education because we have the students from abroad, but as in every branch, we have the problems and challenges. And it means that in every area of expertise, we should achieve the honest environment, educational environment. Okay, I have one question to you. You conducted survey at February 2023.
Yes.
Maybe is an idea, maybe it's not a question, maybe you need to conduct this survey again, because if we have no comparison of results, we don't know at what place we are at this time. If you have some promotional items for academic integrity at your university, maybe it's increasing level of awareness of your students in academic integrity principles. So my suggestion, maybe you will conduct this survey once more, and maybe you will see some interesting details in the results.
Yes, we hope that in the future, teaching this discipline, anti-corruption and integrity will change the attitude towards academic dishonesty in higher medical education. And we also hope that our research so we will conduct new research and published in other year.
Okay, thank you so much. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions to Anna?
So, yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome, прошу. Шановні, dear colleagues, let's move to the next presentation. This presentation is led by Yuri Sadovnichenko from Kharkiv National Medical University. Finally, the floor is yours, dear Yuri, because you are a very active participant from yesterday morning, and now finally you have the opportunity to present your results. The topic of the presentation, with co-authorship with Valery Maseyedov and Natalia Pastupova, ensuring compliance with the principles of academic integrity in an era of distance medical education. Dear Yuri, the floor is yours. You're welcome.
Thank you, Artem. And dear colleagues, I want to share with you more our experience than the results of the surveys and so on. You know that last years we have a very big problem with any type of higher education because of pandemics and the war in Ukraine. And that's why sometimes or permanently we have to provide our educational processes online only. But we have to achieve our program results, and that's why we have adapted our programs to the new conditions. And one more challenge for our higher education is the development of the AI last years, as well as the problem with academic integrity. Thus, we have to do something with this. And before to start, I want to introduce my subject. It's medical biology. It's one of the most important preclinical subjects because it's formate the future doctors in the new directions of the development of medicine, because molecular medicine and cellular medicine and nanomedicine are developing right now, and in Ukraine too. And the most expensive drugs in the world are from the field of molecular medicine. And to achieve our program results, we've developed some tips for our electronic course. First of all, we've fulfilled it with all the required materials, like the discipline syllabus with all the questions and all the literature and information about teachers and aim and goals and so on. Then we've added all the presentations of the lectures and practical classes and all the tests and so on. And after the lectures, we upload the videos of the lectures and fresh slides. And our classes should be mostly synchronous, and just a little bit of our students don't attend one or two classes, but it's not a common practice. Most of them are present, it's up to 100%. And those weekly practical classes are focused on the mostly discussion of the material, not on the just reproduction of it. And also we pay the attention to the special materials, to the special questions and clinical values and so on. But of course, our students try to disrupt the rules of academic integrity. And to prevent it, we've developed a special network because we know that the students try to cheat if it is allowed, or if the teachers don't pay attention to it, or they have too much time, or they are not confident, mostly if they are not confident in their knowledge. That's why the first thing that we've done is we've developed the formative assessment for every topic, and some of the tasks are uploaded to our Moodle, and some tasks they should solve themselves and to send to the teacher to the via email to be checked, to be corrected, and so on. That's why we improve their confidence in the solving of the problem and in the passing of the tests. And of course, we do something else. First of all, to prevent this academic cheating, we are doing huge basis of the MCQs and tasks and so on. That's why there is no similarities in their variants, in their question cards. Then we limit time to solve these problems or MCQs, and there is no time for them to check it or to use AI and so on, to ask each other. And of course, we do it by scientific way. We've calculated everything to give them enough time, but not more than enough to solve it. And then we check over their understanding of some specific topics, because sometimes they don't understand something, and we have to propose them special consultations and so on. But then they take their tests, and mostly they pass them successfully. And at the end, when I collect all the works of the students, I have to check all of them to compare and to know if someone used AI. But fortunately, for genetics problems, it's impossible. That's why they should do it themselves. And then when we have like intermediate controls or exams, of course, we use secure exam browsers with 2 cameras, and we have to see our students completely with their screens and so on. We control their screens to prevent this cheating, as well as we don't ask them questions, for example, orally, because they can use their smartphone somewhere and someone can give them hints what to answer. But we demonstrate those questions, and that's why it like complicate this cheating. And as to me, we've decreased the number of attempts or percentage of attempts to disrupt academic integrity principles last years. I can remember just maybe 1 or 2 cases, and of course those students were punished. But I think so that they are too young, and maybe it's not necessary to do it so strictly like we have in our rules and so on. Maybe we have to note it and say that you should not do it anymore, but don't punish them strictly because they're really stressed. They're very stressed. And as I've told you, that we have very, very low percentage of such attempts of academic disintegrity, and if they are not agree with the marks, they can appeal directly to the teacher after the grading, or they can appeal to the head of the department to issue the procedure of appealing. And that's why we think that the framework of maintaining academic integrity in our university, especially in medical biology, disciplines students, increasing their trust in the teachers, and allow the quality of teaching and learning of the course to be assured for future doctors. Yeah, thank you for your attention. Any question?
Yeah, Yuri, thank you so much for your presentation and for your active work during these 2 days. I hope it was interesting for you, because you only, I think you're only one person who attended all sessions from start to finish, especially the session from our foreign colleagues. So thank you so much for your activity. And thank you so much for your optimistic presentation, because usually we have the presentation about academic integrity, which contains some words about punishment, about cheating, about something else. But on the other hand, your presentation is optimistic. It's about values and about the positive attitudes. Yeah, it's great, because this positive reason is the first step for promotion of academic integrity. Academic integrity is very, very interesting topic, but not easy to conduct your research and educational activities with the academic integrity values. But on the other hand, it's a modern approach, and it's streamlined, because after this when we will come to international scientific and educational community, we are now there, but not all of us, and we want to come at all. Yeah, so it's great. Dear colleagues, do you have any questions to Yuri?
No, thank you so much, and thank you for your research. It was very interesting and also very optimistic. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I have one question. I have one question to Yuri. Is it your course? You made your investigation based on your students?
Yes, of course. It's my course. It's my my development, because I know something about instructional design, something about Moodle, about the student skills, what are they doing. I'm very experienced teacher.
It's great because it's a great case. Usually we have some thoughts that academic integrity, promotion of academic integrity is the responsibility of some all university management system, some group of academic integrity, and where is our place? So it's a great case because during each class we should promote academic integrity in different ways. Yeah, if we don't want to repeat once more that academic integrity is a set of principles, the values of academic integrity are first, second, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's natural. But if you want to solve the problem of creation of honest academic environment, you should implement some methods, some interesting methods in your classes. Not wait for other. Not wait for the all university management, not wait for the law of education with some instruction or something else, not wait from the national agency some requirements or recommendation from national agency for higher education and quality assurance. You need to start from yourself and from your students. So I want to say thank you for this approach, because I asked this question with some reason. Yeah, after this I have the very good and kind words which are thankful to you. Yeah. So dear colleagues, we have in our program, we have last presentation from Artem Chekhov, State Institution, Lugan-Shevchenko National University, but unfortunately he is not present here. So,
if you have no objections, I'm sorry, Artem, I can present my report. I will be on the next session.
Yeah, you have a half-4, yeah? Okay, any problem.
Okay.
Let
Great.
me introduce the report and the presentation led by Anastasia Shevchuk with the co-authorship of Elena Storinska from Berdiansk State Pedagogical University. Globalization and regulation of artificial intelligence, challenges, ethical principles, and perspectives. You have 7 minutes. You are more than welcome.
Thanks. Let me a second to just let my presentation be shown on screen.
So we have 2 presentations, as I understand, yeah?
Yes.
First of all, sorry, I mixed up. Sorry, Marina. Yeah, I mixed up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everything's okay.
Okay. Sorry, I have a very busy schedule here, so I mixed up. And it's some kind of. Okay, thank you. Okay, dear Anastasia. Dear Anastasia, you're welcome.
Let me share another screen.
Yeah, I see your screen, but it's in some mode. Yeah, now it's great.
Today, I just would like to present you our research about organization and regulation of artificial intelligence. First of all, I want to say about our main objective of the study. It was examining the challenges, technical principles, and perspectives of artificial
intelligence.
Anastasia,
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Maybe you have some problems with your microphone, because we have some disturbance during your. We understand your text, but it's some kind of interaction.
Right now?
Now the same.
I think it's about my internet connection.
Yeah. Okay. Any problem? We will try to understand everything.
I'll try to speak slowly. So our research was focused on analyzing exciting initiatives by international organizations and identifying gaps in current regulations and deciding the needs to accelerate the development of strict rules to ensure that safe and technical use of AI, which is really important nowadays. First of all, I want to talk about challenges of AI regulation. We know that the speed of the AI development is far outside the science and regulatory framework. Currently, regulation of fragrances as uneven, which means despite the effort of international organizations since 2022, gaps remain in important areas such as privacy, security, and equality. This calls for coordinated global efforts. We know that some international organization tries to make some laws, to make some principles to improve AI regulation. For example, I would love to talk about UNESCO's ethical principles. In 2020 and in 2019, UNESCO presented its guidelines for the ethics of AI, which include 10 key principles such as transparency and accountability.
Yeah, Anastasia, I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
It's a proposal from the chat. Maybe you will turn off your video, and maybe we'll it will be better.
Yep.
And
all right. So we have 10 keys principles such as avoidance of harm, transparency, responsibility, and privacy. These principles have become the foundation of the development of global standards for the ethical use of AI. I think that it's one of the global step of regulation of AI, because the next step, which I will talk about, it's a regulatory breakthrough in the EU, United Parliament. In 2023, the European Union adopted the Artificial Intelligence Act, which classified AI system by risk levels. Particular attention is paid to high-risk systems such as biometric identification, and also the law integrates the provisions of the GDPR to ensure a balance between innovation and human rights protection. Right. At the other side, we have some limitation and risk. Despite significant progress, the anatomy of the AI system gives rise to new risks. For example, discrimination, privacy violations, and unintended consequences for society. This requires adaptive and flexible regulatory approaches to avoid potential threats. We have the group of scientists who calls us to action. For example, one of the academic of AI, his name Elazar Yudkovsky, he has been highlighting the needs for third method. This includes a global coalition to oversee large-scale AI training and avoid dangerous uses. Only united effort would help minimize the risk. As he said, it is a large ask to get an unprecedented scientific and engineering challenge to correct the first critical try. Humanity is not approaching these issues with remotely the level of seriousness that would be required. This means that now we have a situation where AI is getting so fast and big level, and we just can't make enough effort to limit and prevent some risk about it. And as a conclusion, I would love to say that to mitigate the risk, it is essential to, first of all, promote international cooperation and binding agreements to ensure ethical AI use. Secondly, develop adaptive regulations that involve with AI advancements. Third one, educate policymakers and the public on the implication of AI to drive informed decision-making. And by taking these steps, we can ensure that AI remains a tool for progress rather than source of harm. Together, we have the responsibility to share a future where AI innovation aligned with humanity's best interests. The last thing which I want to say today, the globalization of AI brings enormous opportunities, but also significant challenges by relying on ethical principles and international cooperation. We can ensure the safe and harmonious development of this technology. I hope you heard me as the best as you can. I hope that my microphone was not so bad. So if you have any questions for me, I would love to answer today.
One moment, I lost my mouse. Yeah. Okay, dear Anastasia, thank you so much for your presentation. It's good to hear that we are on the way of global understanding what is artificial intelligence. Yeah, it's good to know, and you are, as a young researcher, you have a very big perspectives to do more, because I know the cases when I am behind one step or two steps from my students, so they know more than me. So if we have the very interesting research like your research from young researcher, it will be very interesting to move forward with these researchers. Okay, dear Marina, maybe you have the question because you raise your hand.
Thank you so much for such a very innovative approach, and thank you for your report. And my question is, I'm sorry, because it's close to me, so this topic. So I would like also to know your opinion. You have mentioned about the promotion international cooperation as a tool, how to promote the academic integrity and AI. So tell me, please, what's the appropriate way for you as a young researcher or just student, or I don't know, in what way would you like to promote it? Not, I don't want to hear about the international agreements, because international agreements, it's only about some legislation, and then will be a very hard working, a roadmap of the cooperation and so on. So in what appropriate way would you like to promote such principles? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I think, in my opinion, the first step which we could make is to make some conferences for like young ages people to say about importance, how to use AI, that it's not really useful to use it everywhere, that we should to have some rules when we use it. And from the start, like from small ages, for example, 16 plus people, we just have a group of 16 plus people. And we should just say them what risk it could be that AI could just change their works, they couldn't earn some money or something like that. We just need to show the bad side of AI, because everyone knows like good sides. Yes, it helps you every day. You could make everything easier. But on the other hand, we should know that it's not really helpful when AI just change your life.
Thank you. So conferences, yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your answer. Yeah, we will have a lot of discussion. We have a lot of discussion about the place of generative artificial intelligence, and this discussion will continue, I'm sure, because we have no other way to live in one world with the generative artificial intelligence. So it's our reality. Yeah, so it's good to know that some of colleagues are more expertise than me, for example, because I know what is the generative artificial intelligence. I use 5 or 7 LLMs, but finally I need an assistance in some cases. Okay, dear Anastasia, thank you so much. And finally, dear Marina, I apologize for mixed up. And now I want to introduce to the presentation Marina Volощuk from Educational and Rehabilitation Institution of Higher Education, Kamyanets-Podilsky State Institute, with the presentation International Project and Initiatives as an efficient tool for the promotion of the academic integrity in higher education institutions. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. It's my first report about the academic integrity, but as the international partners told that academic integrity is everywhere, and I can say that academic integrity is in every field of our activity, not only of activity of youth, we are talking about the higher education institutions, but also all stakeholders which involved in the educational process and research. So, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so the academic integrity is the topical issue of current study in Ukraine and abroad. And a number of researchers, scientists, teachers try to find out the solutions, how to create new opportunities for the popularization of the academic integrity as a fundamental value of the academic world. The maintaining of academic integrity, which ensures trust, fairness, and honesty between participants of the educational process in the higher education institution, is a challenging task, including the era of digital technologies and digital society relations. Communication with international organizations, initiatives, higher educational institutions in the framework of the international projects have an important and vital role in the promoting and awareness of the academic ethics and integrity standards across borders. The academic ethics and academic integrity in higher educational institutions is started as a main issue of the creating of the efficient educational environment. Many authors study different cases in the context of the national system of higher education, and also we saw a lot of approaches and ideas in the previous day of this conference, and thank you for this incredible experience to our organizers. So, and for me, it's very familiar, the ideas of Teresa Fishman. When she was talking about some academic integrity in the higher education institution, and cultural and demographic background, and some others approach. And also she emphasized on the such ideas one American idea that place emphasis on individual responsibility and control have led to practices such as honor codes and pledges. Present-day academic integrity controversies are discussed, especially the extent on which academic integrity is exclusively or primarily a matter of individual choice, or might instead be better addressed to terms of cultural expectations or systemic issues, individual choice. I can agree with it. And how to, so we have a lot of questions, but the more topical questions are how to raise the awareness of students about academic integrity in practical mode, yeah? How to encourage students to follow the principles of academic ethics and academic integrity during the education, research, and different activities of students in higher education institutions. And also for us, it's very topical because in our higher education institution, we have also the professional college, and we have young people after the ninth form. So we need to, they have very, as Teresa said, when students apply to the university, they have a very different level of education and ethics and academic integrity. And you know that they have no well-developed, and you have mentioned it, it's the topic about the issues about the academic integrity culture. So how to encourage students to follow the principles of academic ethics and academic integrity during the education, research, and different activities of students in higher education. During this research, my research was provided the study of impact of international project activities provided for students and lecturers of Educational and Rehabilitation Institution of Higher Education, Kam'янець-Подільський State Institute. The subject is the brief analysis of the impact of students' participation in the international projects and initiatives as a tool of raising awareness about the advocacy, academic ethics, and integrity during the research in the field of youth activity and inclusive environment. But we have a lot of questions. How to use the experience of participation in the international project? Or how to encourage students to the practical issues, how to encourage them not to use only the Google, the artificial intelligence, but to their practical, really practical and creative work. So during the participation in the international project, Social Actions of Youth and Government, which was created by NGOs, Youth Policy Center in the framework of the grant received from the program support of civil society organizations, 35 students and 15 lecturers were involved. You can read it in my some article as we will have the collection of the work. And you know that every higher education institution have its legislation based on the national and international legislation, institution official documents and regulations. We have also a lot of different, very different events for academic integrity, quiz, webinar, the contest of essays. Also, my students know Артем Артюхов and his Mentimeter different things and quizzes. So, and what about our and also we develop some academic integrity during some subjects, such as the methodology and organization of psychological research. So I would like to know, to tell you how we started to involve our students to this project and encourage them to provide their practical issues. So first of all, what and how? What theoretical part? So they thought they were talking about the basics of youth policy, to know during the webinars of such NGOs about JC approach and practical trainings. And our role was to encourage students and involve them to the practical part. And during this, it was our theoretical part, and it was the practical part. So they had, I told them to do such tasks, to design the questionnaires, data collection, and presentation. So I have no doubt that they will use the artificial intelligence for the designing the questionnaires. But when we met, I also gave them some freedom. When we met together, we understood that we need to communicate and to interact with both people with disabilities and without some disorders. So it was very interesting for us to communicate and interact. Then the discussions, brainstorming, and situation of success was also provided for them, and selection of creative presentations, participation in forums and webinars. So what was the deliverables? During the participation in the project, different practical skills were discussed about the current state of protection of the people's rights from the among of vulnerable population groups in the territory of the community, the inclusiveness level of the local society. So, and you can see they made some questionnaires, and also students, wheelchair students, said, "Oh, we can't do this because we are wheelchaired. How can we do questionnaires, but when we provided the Google form and they shared it, and so every day it was like a situation of success. They were talking about the results of such questionnaires and made them guide, and also they understood that it's very interesting and very useful for Kam'янець-Подільський to create them space for people with low mobility. So, and they also specified what types of physical activities people prefer to be developed in our community. And also, what do they prefer to do? What conditions must be? It's physical accessibility, the space must be equipped using special devices, information accessibility, and so on, so on. And the main deliverables of the results of the project activity, we can compare that after this project activity, students implement practical skills during their educational and research activities. They designed and presented their own research during a psychological festival, Palette of Life. And they presented the survey on the adaptation and integration of persons with disabilities into society. They designed their own questionnaires, collect the data and present it, and maybe they will design or some application form for the project in our community. And the second is the student participate in the international projects very actively and create own project. And they, for example, they won the application, their project Barrier-Free Commons won, and they created their website Barrier-Free Commons as internet resource created for people with limited mobility in the city, in our city. And also I can compare that the amount of students who want to present their research during the students' conferences and other events raised in the comparison with previous years. They wanted to talk about their own research during the plenary session and section sessions. So I can also just said that about 15% students become more active. So, and the conclusions is the participation of students in the international projects is valuable because
So, as I understood, we have the problem in Marina connection, or it's a problem from my side.
It is a problem.
Yeah.
Hear me very well?
Great. We lost you during this 30 seconds.
Okay, and raise awareness about academic integrity and study, encourage students to carry out research and intellectual endeavors for their future professional activity. International projects provide opportunities for the capacity building and the practical professional development, develop either hard and soft skills, and also to enable to become the ambassadors for the academic ethics and integrity. Thank you for your time, and is my contact, so we are open for the cooperation.
Yeah, Marina, thank you so much for your presentation. It's very interesting to see how to create the international landscape for the promotion of academic integrity and how to involve the funding from our colleagues. Today, during the morning session, we had the conversation and meeting with Rita Santos from Netherlands Research Integrity Network. So she told that this organization, the funding of this organization is based off different sources. It's not a governmental sources. So in the limitation of funding from our government, it's naturally because we need to use it for other purposes. We should find the funding from other external resources. And we have a lot of these resources. By the way, we have a lot of volunteers in Ukraine who are ready to give the lecture, who are ready to give these different activities. For example, I have the Jean Monnet module with the course of academic integrity for students, and on December 20th, it's a deadline for the registration for the for students and PhD students, and during 2 years we collect more than 3,000 students on this course. It's free of charge. It's 5 credits certificate. So if you want to find something, please start to find, because if you are not able to find something, or it's natural that you will not find anything. So thank you so much for your presentation. Dear colleagues, maybe you have the questions to Marina. Yeah, dear Anastasia, you're welcome.
Dear Marina, I just have a question about the area of your work in. Are you doing it more locally or for a full part of Ukraine? How you usually work in?
It's a very great question, because I'm responsible for the international cooperation and relations office, but I have some subject as Yuri Sadovnichenko. So the international project management, it's and grant projects for master's degree students, but also I provide some different activities. So it was accidentally that we won such opportunity to participate in this project, Social Actions for Youth and Government. But in this project participated all representatives of youth centers, or some from Kharkiv, also from different regions. So it was all Ukrainian, but we have also the idea to make it for all Ukraine and abroad. But nowadays, we have no such capacity for it. If you are very open for the cooperation, we can find this, because who are looking for it, so he will find it. Thank you.
Sounds so exciting. Thank you so much for your answer.
Thank you so much, dear colleagues. We have the break for our sessions, and we have 20 minutes of break, and we will return to our last session, and we hope that we have the presenters. I see that Tatiana Grishishkina is here, so we expect at least one presentation in our last session. So we have the break till 4:20 p.m. Thank you so much, and see you later. So the first presentation from Ludmila Stajov, Kyiv National Economics University, named after Vadim Heitman. She's absent. The next two presentation were presented earlier. The next one, Olga Arel Victor, Malyshev International European University, also absent. Ksenia Kuhai, Kyiv National University of Technologies and Design. Also minus, unfortunately, Yulia Lachtina, Grigory Skovoroda, Kharkiv National Pedagogical University, minus. Tatiana Pusarova and Tatiana Grishishkina from Ukrainian State University of Science and Technology, as I understood.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, we'll present on behalf of OSAR's team. Okay, let me introduce your topic, modern problems of supporting academic integrity in education. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm Tatiana Grishishkina, the Associated Professor of Computer Information Technologies Department in Ukrainian State University of Science and Technology, Dnipro. And it's my first time when I speak English in public. Thank you. At first, I wasn't going to perform, but I wrote in your conference paper about no show, no paper policy, and understand I should I should speak about modern problem and of supporting academic integrity in education. And sometimes I will read my thesis. Okay.
Any problem, you're more than welcome. It's a brave to have this speech for the first time in English now. So only applause. Thank you.
Thank you. The topic of supporting academic integrity in education, it's quite broad. So let's consider that challenges faced by students is in higher education and the opportunities of teachers to promote academic integrity of students during their studies. To be honest, it is difficult to the student to maintain academic integrity in modern world. There are many temptations. There are many offers from artificial intelligence, from a large number of different services which promote different programs which can solve any problems, any tasks with details of solutions. And student will use these different different programs. This means that the digitalization of educational process, on the other hand, provides students with the opportunity to use a large amount of information, and then the same time increases the risks of malpractice. The task of the teacher is to provide the student with relevant quality knowledge, to instill respect for the educational component, to teach the basic principles of integrity, and to force them to apply these principles. And most importantly, to constantly emphasize that the only honest learning will help to achieve quality education and to be useful to society, to the future. It is clear that the context of distance learning, the above tasks for teachers become much more complicated. The above list of temptations for students is only the tip of the iceberg of the problem of maintaining academic integrity. To be fair, not all students take advantage of the temptation. There is a sufficient number of students who adhere to the principles of integrity, want to get a quality education and bring further benefits to the Ukraine. But what about the rest? It's necessary to create such conditions for them, to put them in such frameworks so the student will understand. The first, violation of integrity will result in a lot of extra time for them. Additional individual tasks with mandatory defense in Zoom conference with working microphone and camera. Repeated tasks they have to do. Second, neglecting integrity will ultimately lead to low quality knowledge, which in turn will negatively affect the student's career development. This, in our opinion, the teacher's task is to move from enforcing academic integrity to educating it. This is the student. That is, the student must be educated to choose the path of academic integrity without hesitation. This the harmonious combination of culture and of academic integrity and digitalization combined to the creation of environment in which students value their academic performance as the basic of their success. That's all. Thank you for listening.
Tatiana, first of all, thank you for your brave and courage in the presentation. So it's good to hear that no show, no paper is the motivator
Yes.
to have the first.
It's enforce our
because we have a lack of using of English. So as you see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 representatives in this session, and we have only 3 from 8 who are able to present. So I understand that we have the problems with electricity, but frankly speaking, if we want to do something, we will do it. For example, yesterday in the evening, some colleagues, one of our colleagues sent me the request that I want to have my speech yesterday because today maybe I will have the problem with electricity. So I think that the core of this problem is not in the electricity. Unfortunately, we have these problems, but the core of this problem is in the low level of English. It's first, unfortunately, and we are not able to come to international society without English. Yeah, if we want to publish our abstracts in Ukraine in conference in Japan, as I said yesterday, for 2 or 4 euro with the working language Ukrainian. Okay, but it's predatory publishing. And the next one, it's some kind. The roots are from the laziness, I think. If we submit our abstract, we think that it will be published.
Yes.
Yeah. But we have the review stage. We have the stage of competition. Yesterday, I received the rejection letter that notes that you have a good level of knowledge and scientific novelty in your presentation, but due to the high level of competition, we're so sorry, your abstract is not collected to the book of abstracts. So we are not ready for the review. It's a problem. We are not ready for the speech. So after this, formally, some of colleagues maybe will have the thesis with the or abstract with the topic of academic integrity. Some of these colleagues maybe will show it in the social media and will explain it that we have the good conversation and good meeting, but really, it's empty words. So it's your case is the motivational case for all colleagues. Yesterday, I expect the speech of one of vice rectors of one university. So he was not able to attend in any reasons. I don't know what are the reasons, but if you want to replace something, you are very welcome to do this, only inform us. So finally, we have only one absence from international colleagues from session A, and we have around maybe 60% or more absence from Ukrainian colleagues. So it's some kind of magic, yeah. After the submission of abstract, they became the invisible man. So maybe they are with us, but I didn't see these people before and now. So thank you so much, Tatiana, for your presentation and about the potential of AI in education. Yeah, we have. I think we have more than half presentation at this conference, more or less connected to the artificial intelligence. So it's a different aspects, of course, it's a different findings, but finally this problem is very popular. It's not problem, it's like a challenge, I think. So, dear colleagues, do you have any questions to Tatiana? I have only applause for your presentation, because it's a real case. If you want to do something and if you want to achieve something, you are welcome to do this. Yeah. By the way, our colleagues from abroad told me that if you want to have the speech in English, you need to know only 3 simple times: past, present, and future. Simple. In sometimes continuous, but not 12 or more. So if you want to start our learning of English from grammatics, so it's wrong way. Okay. It's good to know and great to see that you are here, you had the presentation, and finally we are at the finish. So we have formally final presentation from Tatiana Ищенко and Irina Nikitina from Dnipro State University of Internal Affairs, but unfortunately we have no the representatives of this topic. So, dear colleagues, I want to say many thanks for your presentations. I want to thank you for the attending of sessions, because it's really very interesting. We will have the video of this conference, the part of this conference in YouTube, in the channel of Center of Ukrainian and European Scientific Research. And finally, we will have the opportunity to see all colleagues from abroad if you want to do this. I want to say thank you for the opportunity to collect some insights and more information from your side. Yeah, I have some level of expertise in academic integrity, open science, but it's still not enough at this time. I need to improve myself. I need to upgrade my skills every day, from hour to hour, from day to day, because if you want to compare some colleagues, it's wrong way. We need to compare us today and tomorrow. If tomorrow we are better than today, so we have the progress. So many thanks for your attendance. Many thanks for your presentations. Many thanks for very insightful topics with the Ukrainian context, of course, because we have a lot of problems. We have a lot of challenges, but we need to solve it, to overcome it, and to move forward, because we have no any other way. And thanks to our military forces, of course, we have the opportunity to have this conversation, to have these meetings. So thank you so much for that, guys and girls who are on the 0 point. Yeah, so it's a great pleasure to do something useful when we have the opportunity to do this. So thank you so much. I hope that I'm sure that it's not our last meeting. We will have the meetings not in the frame of conference, of course, maybe in the frame of other activities. I plan to organize the 3rd conference next year with the powerful presentation and with a strong presentation. I want to find colleagues from New Zealand and Australia, because we have a lot of continents, but we have no colleagues from Australia, and New Zealand at this time. So it my plans. So thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to work with you, and have a silent evening. And Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава! Thank you for organizing and for moderating this event. We will be waiting for the next conference, and I hope we'll see you soon on the other stages. Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye, and
Thank you for the incredible platform for the communication and cooperation. We are looking forward to meeting you again. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. I will try to do this and to create something interesting, of course. Thank you.
Thank you for this impressive event, and it was a great experience, especially not only concerning academic integrity. Even if you look at slides of you, and you can see many interesting things. And as I can remember, yesterday you told that the slides of some reports will be shared too. Is it true?
Some colleagues send me reports, but I didn't ask the permission for spreading of these reports behind colleagues. I have only 2 reports from Tatiana Vasilyeva yesterday's presentation about the scientific journals, and from Irina Kuchma today. Yeah, of course, maybe I received the presentation from Salim Razi from Turkey, but I need to ask the permission. It's not very widespread approach to share the presentation. If we have the video, so we have the opportunity to see all slides. So maybe I will ask, but I think the result will be not very positive, especially from the from colleagues, international colleagues, because it's some kind of private concerns. On the other hand, I saw that on the 1 or 2 presentation, we saw the Creative Commons license. Yeah, so maybe I will analyze who are these guys who are take the badge of Creative Commons license on their presentation, and maybe I will send it. But the main document for us is video, and I think it will be soon.
Yeah, thank you. And if it's possible, please share this link for the YouTube channel to see, because some of the things should be precisely thought.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You need to refresh something. Yeah. Because, it's some kind of magic from the first time, because we have the different level of awareness. For example, our awareness and Canadian colleagues. Yeah, I am the member of. I'm a researcher at this pub project. Martin Peters yesterday presented that AI and AI1 and AI2, and I feel this difference in approach, in and deep mining of very, very small details, how to do this in the best way. So we need to, I don't know, maybe 5 or 10 years to have the same expertise, but we try to force this direction and this movement by these conferences. So thank you so much. Have a silent evening, and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Wait, by the way, I'm sorry. Can we share the screens? Because I've made some screens yesterday and today. Can I to make some publication in our website about the participation?
Well, maybe I will share my screen with the presentation. I will find where is my presentation, and maybe do you need today's presentation?
Because I have made it. I have already made, because I had to make some report that I'm not anywhere I'm working. So
is it okay if it will be yesterday's presentation?
Yes.
Yeah, it's my presentation, first presentation. Yeah. One moment. Where is this presentation? Yeah.
Thank you. Great.
One moment. I need now to mark myself
okay,
as
to share
an
this.
author. Yeah, maybe something neutral, because it's this is very discussive. It's not yeah.
Thank you so much.
One moment. Maybe this it's some kind of
about Minecraft.
Yeah.
It was very innovative for me. Thank you.
Trying to do this because it's there are many problems to overcome these steps and to get to castle of integrity. Really, yeah. If you have no skills to play in Minecraft, you have a lot of problems.
Yes,
as usual, if we want to have the honest research and education.
Great. Thank you so much. You can stop your sharing.
Yeah, great.
Have a very peaceful evening. Goodbye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.